It's about 9:03, so I think we might start. I realize it's a little bit early for some people, but welcome to those who have made it. Now, I'd like to first pass over to Daniel. Thank you.
Holly's just asked me to do a brief acknowledgement of country. So I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation on whose unceded land we're meeting today and pay my respects to elders past and present. I'd also like to extend that acknowledgement to all First Nations people in the room today.
Thank you, Daniel. And first, let me just get that at a bit better position. First of all, just some housekeeping. There are rules of conduct. Basically, they say that everybody should be treated with respect, that if you're not being treated with respect, you will be asked to leave, and we hope that will be the end of it. When you are at the microphone in present, we ask that you give your full name, and if you are affiliated with a company, we ask that you notify that. If you are joining us by Zoom, and we welcome everybody, of course, please in the Zoom indicate your name, your first name and your last name. Don't use any acronyms, anything, so that we know who we're talking to. And with that, I would first of all like to welcome the three people who have, well, I know what I'd like to do first is the session today, the first session, and it's actually quite appropriate for the title of this conference. This conference is about connecting local to global. And this session, the title is, if the internet and internet connectivity were an essential service, what would this mean for its governance, its funding, and its rollout? Now, there are two terms that are used there, essential service and universal service. We're going to explore both of those, but it's underlying that connectivity. What is connectivity? What is required? What do we need in terms of actually connecting the local to global? And we've got three people who are absolutely the right people to talk to. On my right, Daniel Featherstone, he's a Senior Research Fellow at RMIT. He's part of the RSC Centre of Excellence for Automated Decision-Making and Society, which I might ask you to explain. But more importantly, leads the Mapping the Digital Gap Research Project, because there is a huge gap in connectivity in this country. Improving digital inclusion in remote First Nations communities. And before that, relevantly, he was General Manager of the National Peak Body for First Nations Media Australia. I'm not going to even attempt the organisation, because if I talk about it, you can mention it. Otherwise, I will completely screw up the pronunciation.
Nyanadara Media.
Beautifully said. I couldn't say that. And he has a PhD on Indigenous Media Evaluation and Policy. The other two people on our screen, the first is Dr. Gareth Dowling. He's Deputy CEO of ACAN, which is the peak body for communications and consumers. And he leads ACAN's policy team and membership funding. He's got a very interesting background in policy law and economics and regulation of complex markets. And I can tell you some of the discussion today in this session will be about the complexity of actually funding connectivity in this country. Teresa is our other panel member. She is Telstra's Chief Consumer Advocate. She joined originally, she's joined in 2021 in that position, but before that, we all knew her as ACAN's CEO. She's had absolutely many, many years of working in telecommunications and consumer policy. I won't even list the number of committees that she'd been on, national, international. She's got awards, and she has been, as far as I'm concerned, Australia's chief advocate consumers and telecommunications policy for as long as I've known her, which is a very long time. Okay, to start off with, I'm going to re-ask the question. The title of this panel has two terms in it. One is essential service and one is universal service. I'm going to ask each of the panel members, are they the same thing? And if not, what are they and what is important for connectivity in this country? I'm going to start with you, Daniel.
Thanks, Holly. Throw me straight in there. So yeah, I'm working in remote communities around the country, and having lived in remote communities for about 9 years back in the 2000s, when the universal service obligation was a fairly critical bit of work to ensure that people had a basic phone service in their community. In most instances, that was a public phone in the communities that was maintained by Telstra, and delivered often by microwave links going across the country, big strings of towers connecting out to those that provide those phone services, which were then delivered with a copper network. That's all coming to an end, but we don't know what's happening next. So that's universal service. People could apply for a phone in their house to get a phone under a universal service, and that's how most people in remote Australia were able to get a phone. That there was a requirement that universal service meant everybody could get a phone if they chose to. In remote communities, we tried to get households to sign up to get a phone, but they wanted a prepaid phone because many people were getting $5,000 bills. So that ended up leading to finding out that actually prepaid wasn't covered under the universal service. It actually meant it was universal as long as you could afford to pay for a postpaid service. So that's my history with universal service. We need to revisit what that's going to look like going forward. Essential service, power and water are essential services. Communications, I don't think, still has been defined as an essential service. Should it be? Well, I don't know. It's one of those questions about, is it just connecting to a dwelling, a house or a building, or is it connecting wherever you are, whenever you need it? And so that for me would be essential service, is being able to access communications and the internet wherever you are, wherever you need it, at any time, but also at any level of affordability. So for people who can only afford a prepaid service, should also be able to access that as an essential service. I'll leave it there and let the others talk.
Thank you, Daniel. And I'm just having a little look around the room. Everybody has a communications device, and that's where all their eyes are. So in case you think that it's not essential, at least in this room, you're kidding. Teresa, you're next. Thanks.
Okay. Just making sure I get all my controls right. Can you hear me all right? Good. Okay. So, well, first of all, I have to preface that my comments today and my participation in the panel is as the Chief Customer Advocate at Telstra, which means that I get to have an independent perspective from Telstra. So I'm not going to be pushing a Telstra line today, and nor is anything that I say the position of Telstra. That's pretty important for me to get off right at the beginning. So just in relation to this, obviously I go back a long way in this policy debate and discussion, and what consumers and customers perceive as universal is really different to what is actually reflected in our regulation. And if you talk to people about universal service obligation, they usually equate that to, well, something's got to be essential and it should be ubiquitous. We should all have it. And we should just be able to communicate. They don't necessarily get too fixated about what the technology actually is. And this debate has become, or this discussion in our community has become even more heated as we've become more and more dependent on it to do anything else. So, the time has moved on since we first made the universal service obligation, which really only focuses on a geographic element of where you can get the service. And then more recently, it's been added that we've had the Australian Broadband Guarantee, and that has added, an element of that, you can get a broadband service and the provider of last resort will be the NBN. But if you really talk to people, they don't just think it's about geography. They think it's also about affordability, as Daniel's already mentioned. They think that the affordability shouldn't just be about the service, but also about the actual equipment. And they also think it should be accessible. And the only mention of accessibility in relation to the universal service obligation relates to the National Relay Service. And the only sort of part that of our regulation that really sort of deals with essentialness is in relation to contacting emergency services. So, we should all be able to use our phone to contact 000. And previously that was a fixed service and the focus was all on fixed services. But the assumption is generally that the spirit of that is that, mobile should also be able to contact 000. And there's lots of debate about the edges of all of that as well and how that actually works in reality. So I guess the point is that, our expectations have changed. We really do consider that telecommunication services are essential, but the regulation that supports that is not really properly there, and nor is it really clear what the definition is. My personal view is that it should be a lot more customer consumer centric, and it shouldn't be so technology defined, and that ultimately we need to have some kind of instrument that actually does move with the times, because our technology is changing so quickly now. And there'd be all sorts of people who wanted to talk about what the limits of universal service might now be, given that many of us are using messaging apps, and we're relying on digital platforms for our connectivity. And obviously then we just want data. We're less concerned about the rest of the network. But anyway, that's probably my starting comment. There's probably plenty of people in the audience I can see who really want to get into this debate.
Thank you, Teresa. Gareth, you've got a particular role as in ACAN in terms of understanding and delivering universal service. So first of all, what do you mean by essential and what do you mean by universal?
Yeah, so I think universal service obligation, as Teresa has pointed to, has really been tied into particular technologies in the past. Landlines has been the preeminent form of delivery. So copper landline, copper continuity obligation is obviously a really critical part of the USO as it is at the moment. But the way that the current USO is defined is very much based on kind of the service that is delivered. So it's by reference to voice. That's not a terribly useful point of reference in a world in which data defines pretty much everything that we're doing in terms of our ability to access services and to engage. But what I would say is different between the USO and essential services as a concept is USO is very much its focus is on kind of two things: access in a general sense, in kind of an infrastructure sense. And it's really the focus has been about subsidizing that access, so connectivity at its most basic level. And then affordability in a more general sense. So the affordability aspect here is about geographic equality across the country. And so really what we're talking about there is it's a much more limited policy perhaps than is necessarily appreciated. It's really focused at harmonizing prices between city and country for people that are using copper landlines. Again, that's not really contemporary, as I think others have raised. I think essential service is a bit more complex because it starts to draw in a few other things. So, we talk about access and connectivity. We generally start to bundle in ideas of reliability, consistency. The network doesn't drop out all the time. You can actually use it. You have a functional, usable service. I think the other thing that comes into essentiality, which is not kind of commonly touched on, is pretty much every framework where you have something deemed as an essential service, there are a couple of kind of really unique legal features. So one is you have a really strong framework of consumer protection. And that has been established through direct regulation in a variety of contexts. Energy and water are certainly good examples, because there is an acknowledgement that people need to have access to the services to facilitate engagement in basic daily tasks, to live their lives, to participate in the economy and society and culture more broadly. So there is that consumer framework piece. And then the second component, which I think is also interesting and something that we don't think about in telco too much compared to other sectors, and I think it's an area that there is a huge amount of work to do, is in the context of responding to natural disasters and emergency. And where that's different is in the energy and water context. There's actually often very clear legal protections that are afforded to and priorities that are afforded to energy and water providers that are not afforded to telcos. So an energy provider can in certain states and territories, after a natural disaster, it has priority access to go in and fix its infrastructure. That's not necessarily the case with telco. And I think there's something in that about, the rights and responsibilities that are afforded to these other services are different in a legal sense. And that's really important when you have a crisis and you do need to get in there and get things fixed and kicking over. Telco lags a bit behind on that front. And broadly speaking, I would say that the telecommunications sector doesn't really have the reliability framework that you would want to see out of a service that provides the basis for effectively the entire economy at this point in time.
Thank you, all three of you. First of all, I think I'd like to back up for just a minute because I realize all of us are talking about, or the four of us are talking about a framework. Not everybody has lived and breathed for the past 20 years. So the term universal service actually refers to, very simply, the provision of a voice service for connectivity. And it has never been defined as a digital service. It is something that must be reasonably accessible, and we always grapple with what does that mean. And the license conditions that used to go with Telstra that provided the service had a lot of other aspects to it that have a bit been lost in terms of the current structure. All the current structure does is say there must be connectivity, and then there's no actual provider who must provide service. So taking on from Gareth and his analysis, if you were going to have a legal framework, what would you add to the fact that what we have now is just the provision of connectivity, not service? And first of all, where would you start with connectivity? What do we mean by universal connectivity? And you're perhaps the best place to start with that as to what's missing.
So
Universal connectivity in a huge land with lots and lots and lots and lots of sand and trees and.
Well, we've had the rollout of NBN with the aim that 100% of Australians would be able to access a broadband service. The technologies were mixed, where there was fixed line within urban areas, fixed wireless in regional areas around regional centres, and then 93% of the country were going to get satellite delivery as the way of ensuring that everybody could access a service. Okay, so all good in theory, assuming that all of those services are able to deliver pretty much the same thing, but unfortunately that hasn't been maintained, and we haven't been able to keep that same level of service delivery via the Sky Muster satellites, as we have been able to continue to grow the speeds and the quality of and reliability of services in fixed line and fixed wireless. There's constant work going on to expand the fixed wireless networks and to provide what was originally going to be fibre to the premises, which became the multi-technology solution, and so we're still trying to catch up to get back to what was the original model of NBN. So where have we got to? We've got a satellite solution that enables anybody to connect if they can afford a postpaid service. In the remote First Nations communities that we go to, there's about 3% of households have a Sky Muster service as a postpaid service. There's quite a number of communities that have Wi-Fi that uses Sky Muster backhaul and is a shared free Wi-Fi hotspot or Wi-Fi mesh network, but very few households have the affordability to pay that monthly bill to be able to get what is effectively their primary means of internet access. More likely, people are getting mobile services and using a prepaid mobile because they can afford to pay for the recharge, the data. And so in our surveys, we've got about 80% plus of people have a smartphone or a device that they can connect to the mobile network. Even in communities where they don't have mobile coverage, there's about 670 of those, they still are using a mobile service because they can use Wi-Fi calling. 99% of those people are on prepaid. So this is across 12 communities that we've been visiting around the country over the last 3 years. 99% of people are now using prepaid mobile as their primary means both of voice and data. So the idea of broadband to the home is not the way that people are connecting. People want an affordable service, so they're using prepaid. They want to be able to connect wherever they are. People are very mobile. They move back and forth between communities, between houses. They want to be able to access services anywhere they are. So for me, that's where we need to be starting, is what is the means of access that people are using and how are we building upon that. This idea of focusing connectivity on a building or a dwelling, I think we've all moved beyond that, even in urban areas, but particularly in remote and regional Australia, most people are needing connectivity when they're traveling, when they're working, wherever they are. So I think that's where we need to be thinking more broadly now about what connectivity means and where we need it, and how people are able to access those services.
Thanks, Daniel. Actually, Teresa, I'm going to ask you a little different question. And that is, should payphones, if anybody still knows what a payphone is, should payphones be part of the obligation?
Well, it's funny that you go there because I was going to go there anyway. Look, the reality is I still love a payphone, and the truth is when I see one, particularly when I'm out in a remote area, I go and test it out and check that it's all working. So many of you probably don't know that the payphones are now actually free. I've done a bit of work to try and get them changed in name from payphones, but we've got a way to go on that. But basically, you can call free anywhere in Australia, mobile numbers as well. You can't make international calls from them. You can make them, but not for free. So that's why the debate about whether they're payphones or not still. You can, from some of them, you can send a text message, and also some 3,000 of them. So there's still over 14,000 payphones in Australia. And they're partially funded through the government, obviously, through the Universal Service Obligation. And there's some 3,000 of them that actually have Wi-Fi now as well. And a significant proportion of those are actually in remote First Nations communities. And they're very, very widely used. In fact, the usage of payphones has actually gone up, not surprisingly. And people sort of go to me, well, why are they still important? Well, most people know that sometimes they forget their charger and their phone runs out of battery, or there's still places that don't have coverage. But actually, they're actually pretty important for a lot of people dialing and contacting critical services. So last year alone, over 300,000 calls were made to 000 to call lines like 1-800-RESPECT, Ask Izzy, and other critical services that people obviously need when the situation's really bad. And the other situation, I'd like to say that quite often, not always, but quite often the payphone will come back on or be still connected during a natural disaster. And so, they get used quite a lot as people are recovering and as the networks come back online in many situations like that. So I'm a big advocate for keeping payphones, and especially in a country like Australia. And I would like to see their functionality grow and evolve, and that Wi-Fi enablement, be expanded. And Telstra is expanding it to another 1,000 payphones over the next 12 months or so, which is very good. But also, I think that we need to. This brings up the point that, what one person perceives as being essential, another person may not perceive as essential, and they might want something a lot more advanced. But in moving towards, expanding what is on offer, you can't rule out the older technologies that still need to be there for some people. And some people still want a cordless phone or a connected telephone at home, and we need to have the backwards compatibility for that kind of thing as well.
Thanks, Teresa. And Gareth, I'm going to take advantage of some of the stuff you've been doing. You know a lot about the legislative framework, which I'm not going to actually go into right now. But if you, in lay terms, could talk about what a service should look like in connectivity, in a few words, what would it look like that it doesn't look like now? How would you achieve the term connectivity or essential service as opposed to the USO?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd do a few things. So I think the most important thing here is the framework. So picking up on, for example, I might focus on broadband because it's probably the easiest part of the framework to kind of look at in detail. But there is a really unique opportunity following the most recent statutory undertaking from NBN Co to actually start to regulate it like it is an essential service. Really, the delivery of the USO and connectivity should be prefaced on what our community needs. A service should really reflect fundamentally what the capabilities are that we're chasing as a community. So if you want to be able to run your live stream so you can do education, attend a conference like this one, get access to remote healthcare and so on, those are all what you would consider to be pretty core and fundamental capabilities to a service or to connectivity. And then I think what you do is you take that kind of input and the community input, and then you use that to actually define what those service parameters are. I think the way that we've done this in the past is probably the wrong way to do it. So, for example, with the current USO, we said, well, let's have a voice service, and then it will deliver these things. I think we need to actually start with what are we trying to deliver? What does the community actually want? What do consumers actually want? What is the component of this that is attributable to the government because it's not commercial? And what component is cost recovered from consumers? And I think I would start with the NBN replacement module application process and begin that journey, which is just kicked off. Because you can then have really frank conversations about what is it going to cost, what does it look like, and so on. From ACAN's perspective, transferring the USO to NBN in the long term makes the most sense. I think we need to have some really sound transitional arrangements. But in terms of getting to an outcome which is fit for purpose into the future, every 2 to 3 years, NBN Co is actually going to have to go through a major revenue reset. They're going to have to reset their service standards. They're going to have the opportunity to redefine what their services actually are in terms of the service parameters. And that actually provides a mechanism. And they have to do community consultation as part of that as well with consumer groups and the community more broadly. And that provides a unique opportunity to actually continually redefine services to reflect what people actually need and what they actually want. So in terms of moving forward in an essential service context, that's a very rare thing to have. It's how it operates in other sectors like energy and water. And I think that's a really good opportunity to kind of have that contemporary consumer-centric definition of what that kind of basic minimum service is.
Thanks very much. First of all, I'd just like to take a quick break. Are there any questions? Because we've used the discussion a little bit about the legislative framework that maybe people aren't familiar with, and some terminology that may or may not be understood. So have I got any questions, Paul? I knew we could trust you.
Just a quick one. Picking up on your, Paul Brooks from Internet Australia.
Thank you.
Picking up on your comment about the Sky Muster service being the service that was intended for remote Australia, yet the affordability issues mean that they're not actually using it in that way. When the NBN came in, it basically doubled the cost or the price of a lowest level broadband internet service. It used to be $15 for the phone line plus $30 for an internet service on your DSL phone line. You had an internet service for about $45. Now the lowest level service you can get is around $80 or $90. How much would that affordability issue be helped if the price of the lowest level of an NBN service on SkyMaster was somewhere around the $30, $40 range rather than 80 to 90 to 100 and whatever bucks it is.
I love it.
Um,
Jane,
yeah,
if I said he can't talk.
Look, yeah, obviously affordability is all, everyone has their different level of affordability. There is actually a $35 original SkyMaster base, the 12.1 service that you can go and buy with, I can't remember how many gig of data. I think you get 15 gig of data or something. 12 megabits per second down, 1 megabit per second up. If you're trying to use that nowadays to do a video conference, don't worry about it. You're not going to get much on that service.
That was intended to provide a phone line.
Yeah, it's basically a phone line nowadays. So what we know is that even at the $60 sort of starting point, most households in communities still had issues because they were being charged for additional data beyond the 75 gig of data that they were paying for. We have large shared households all sharing a service, and their needs have gone up significantly, particularly post-COVID, with the amount of streaming, gaming, everything. TV services don't work in a lot of communities, so all of the data goes on to either the mobile network or a household service. So people were paying for that $60 service, weren't paying $60, they were paying $200 to $300 because of the additional data. So it's not just about the base figure, it's actually about whether data is being charged additional to that and what people's contemporary usage is. Having a fixed unlimited data is a critical element, and it's taken NBN until Starlink came in to be able to set an unlimited service, so late last year, and we've now got a closer to 100 megabits per second down unlimited data service for about $99, which is great. That's a significant step from where we have been in the past. We don't have that issue of that extra data cost, but having that being able to come down to more around the $50 mark, I think would make a huge amount of difference in terms of affordability for households. At the moment, the alternate is to pay for a Starlink service, which is $139 a month. Well, I'm sure we'll come back to Leo's, but
yes.
but yeah, affordability is critical if we are wanting people to get on board. The fact is, somebody has to pay that bill, and so it still relies on knowing that you've got that money in the bank on that day of the month.
I've got two faces that would like to jump through the screen and say, I've got lots to say, but could we have a couple of minutes from you both, please? And this time, Gareth, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's a really interesting question, and I think it actually goes beyond, and I know Daniel's a real expert on First Nations communities. This goes beyond rural, remote, and regional Australia. It actually hits the metro cities, metropolitan locations as well. Affordability of NBN at the lower speed tiers is not particularly good. I think it's fair to say that, yes, services have become more expensive at some of those entry points. Part of that is the commercialities of actually delivering these services. So it's a mixture of both the NBN wholesale cost, but also the fact that you're now delivering these services in such small volumes from a retail standpoint that the margins have become, in some instance, not particularly attractive. And so a lot of these offers exist on paper, and NBN will point to that and say, well, we have these things that you can buy. But they're not attractive from a commercial standpoint. And so a lot of those cheaper offers are not making their way into the market anymore, because this is not where most of the market is. ACAN's very supportive of concessional broadband pricing, and we've been advocating for this for half a decade in effect, since NBN introduced bundled wholesale pricing in 2018. Effectively, the way that the pricing is done at the moment, because it's what we would refer to in economics as postage stamp, it hits people in regional areas and it hits people in metropolitan areas just as much, because ultimately the way in which the pricing is done, it's essentially supposed to be at equivalence nationwide. So it's not just an issue from a regional standpoint. It's a really significant issue in the cities. And a lot of people in the cities have not, really been able to keep pace with the cost of these services. And we're seeing an increasingly significant problem of affordability, particularly for low-income households. And so that, I think, is something that we're going to have to focus on going forward, because it's really, it's been a really good project in the sense that overall service speeds and performance have improved. But from an affordability standpoint, there are a lot of people who are finding it extremely difficult to afford NBN services, and I suspect will continue to find it difficult unless there is some form of relief brought forward.
Thanks. Teresa?
So one of the things that frustrates me the most when I think about, affordability, availability, and accessibility is that over time there's been a real commercial drive to become more accessible. So we've got more options there. There's been a real commercial drive to improve where we're connecting. So, whilst we've still got a long way to go as far as connectivity being metro and rural equivalent, we've come a long way. As far as affordability goes, I often feel we've gone backwards, even though I know we've got competition and there are cheaper options out there. I do feel that because we have to have more devices, we have to have more options for connectivity, and we have to do more with it, that in fact it actually costs us an awful lot more these days. It's not just a fixed home phone that we all share in one property. Our children, once they reach a certain age, have got to have a handset as well, and maybe an iPad and maybe a laptop. And so then the average number of devices that are connected in a household just goes up and up. And that's even in households where people are really struggling financially, that they'll cobble together what they can to get what technology they can in order to just, basically do what they have to do in life. And it's interesting because we've had a few initiatives recently that have assisted, but they don't go far enough. So we've got the the school student broadband initiative, which is excellent, but it could be better. And I think that we need to really look at how it could be better and expanded. It shouldn't just be that it's assistance for somebody who hasn't got a broadband connection at home already, because most people will go without food. We know this from the research. They'll go without all sorts of other essentials in order to stay connected. We've seen the reality that, there are cheaper options for different kinds of devices out there, but most people only really know about Apples and Samsungs, and they want those to keep up with the Joneses. We also have some really good data now to show that it's single parent households that are the most disadvantaged. So you can actually look at this data over a long time using the data that's available from the Australian Digital Inclusion Index, which is funded by Telstra, but actually it's put together by Daniel's team and at RMIT, and it's a really great, rich source of data if you haven't already looked at that. Different commercial operators are doing different things to try and assist. So Telstra has got a few different programs to assist, but ultimately, what we really know is that having a fixed service at home, not just a mobile, people choose to have one device, one connection because that's what they can afford. So they choose a mobile. But what we really know is that when you've got children at home, you're much better to have a fixed broadband connection. And I think that ultimately the fact that we still don't have a low income broadband option from NBN, and it's in that particular, that's got a reasonable speed, is a really big problem. And I really wish someone from the government would address that.
Thanks, Teresa. Just a question. Do we have any questions online that we should be answering? Yes or no?
No.
No. Good. Okay. Fine. We can keep going. What I'm noticing about this conversation, which is interesting, is we're talking as much about price as we are talking about physical connectivity. And we're talking about the relationship between the two. Particularly with price, what I'm hearing from all three of you is there's a huge difference between prepaid and postpaid. Do you just want to have a little think about prepaid and postpaid and what that does to accessibility of communication services?
Yeah, maybe I'll start again. But
Very, very briefly.
yeah, so basically what we see in remote communities particularly is that most people are buying a $35 voucher or prepaid card, which covers them for generally a fortnight from one pay cycle to the next. And that gives you 15 gigabytes of data. The equivalent, if you were getting a postpaid service, would probably be less than a third of that price. And sometimes generally you'd be getting closer to an unlimited data for not much more money than that. So really people are paying a premium rate because they're on prepaid data. And because of their affordability of not having that reliable income to move to a postpaid service. So that for me is one of the big challenges of the prepaid. It gives the flexibility for people who are on low income, but it means they're paying a premium rate to be able to have that.
Thanks. Gareth, anything to add?
No, I mean, I think I'd just add that this is a really long-standing problem, and it's been documented for an extremely long time. Daniel, in particular, has been working on it, but so have others. And unfortunately, I think it's really sad to say there hasn't been as much progress on this as we'd like to see. I think what we'd like to see is considerably more cost-effective prepaid options in the market. And what we see is, there isn't really from a commercial standpoint, I can understand it. There's not a huge amount of interest from what I can see in developing low cost products for the market. As consumer demand increases and there is a need to have more data, sure, the unit cost of data has fallen and therefore theoretically prices have fallen. But what we observe is there's a pretty solid floor to the market in terms of pricing and cost, in terms of what you can actually get. And what we'd like to see is a lot more products targeted at that lower cost entry point for prepaid and for postpaid.
Teresa, anything to add?
I just noticed that the Auslan interpreter's got their hand up, so just checking that.
It's all okay? Yep, all good.
Okay.
Okay, all right. All right. So, okay, yes, I do have something to say. Look, prepaid's very much been focused on mobile, hasn't it? We'd really like to see an NBN prepaid product, and I know Daniel in particular has been advocating for that for a long time, because of the flexibility and control that it enables people, and also people have become quite used to it in a lot of communities, and they feel quite safe using the prepaid option. They don't, in the days, although we don't have them anymore, of excess data charges, people became very familiar and used to prepaid. And so it is really important to have affordable options, and that's something that I advocate very strongly for inside Telstra. Where I've had some success is that we've managed to get what is called a top-up, and it's a program that Telstra runs with Info Exchange. And so you can now contact one of the charities that's working with Info Exchange, or so that includes Anglicare as an example, or you can also contact Telstra directly and ask for payment assistance. And if you're a prepaid customer, then you can get this $180 top up once a year, 70 gigs of data, and free phone calls and SMS for 6 months. Now, I wouldn't be one to say that that could ever possibly be adequately enough, but because people's usage would be different all the time. But hopefully what it does do is get people out of a really tight spot, and it's really important that everybody knows that are Telstra customers that they can actually access that.
Thanks, Teresa. Away from affordability now and into the technology. I'm not sure everybody here would be reading the regional telecommunications reports that happen every 3 years in this country. But one of the things that has been a constant over the years has been, could you please expand the network in terms of the actual fibre and get it out as far as it can so that we can stop having wireless communication and satellite. Is that something you'd be looking forward to?
Look, one of the main places where we see this is needed is across the top parts of Australia where we have monsoonal weather conditions. So where the NBN Sky Muster is a primary service, during that wet season, it drops out. Basically, as soon as there's heavy cloud, the signal drops out and people are without a internet. And so this is happening constantly for through wet season. People are losing signal for seconds, minutes, hours, days, depending on the length of those. During a cyclone's coming. That's when you need your internet connectivity. Your TV and radio services are also coming in via satellite. Nowadays, the phone lines, the mobile backhaul is also via satellite. You've lost all of those services at the key moment. You need to be able to connect and access information. So we need much more reliability of our services in the northern part of Australia particularly, but just generally, I think fibre connectivity is a much more robust infrastructure. Obviously, it's expensive to roll out, and so the ways that we deliver those services in those remote areas where there's small populations need to be fit for purpose.
When you say expensive, it's expensive to do. Why is it expensive not to do?
Oh, Holly, you're tapping into all my pain points here. Yes, of course, I think I would love to see fibre expanded on. We know there's a lot of fibre out there already that Telstra have rolled out previously and used for service, for delivery of phone services. That could be built upon to expand further and provide more fixed wireless and other networking into remote areas. So I think basically the more terrestrial infrastructure we have, the more reliable and sustainable it is. We are always going to be paying a premium rate for satellite services.
Teresa, you're next.
I don't know how much more I can add to that because I think,
that's fine.
in theory, I completely agree. I would like to pick up on that issue of network resilience because one of the things we haven't covered yet, but is really important, is the interdependencies between other essential services, such as energy, and the reality that, if the mains goes down, then that impacts on people's connectivity at home and also, the network that is it's trying to connect into. And that, we've got a lot of work to do on that as well. And it's interesting that that circles back to what Gareth was saying earlier about there being a different set of requirements for energy because it is deemed an essential service and it's critical. But at the same time, it's ultimately energy that often is the reason why in a natural disaster things don't come online quickly again. So there's a lot of work going on to build more resilience into the networks. But ultimately, I think that it's interesting that even where there is fixed connectivity, that NBN now has its trucks that they'll bring into an area when there's been a natural disaster and they can get in, and they will offer a Sky Muster service for people from that truck before, the rest of the fixed services get online. But yeah, I think that there's a big conversation that's still going on there, and there's a lot of work that still needs to happen.
Gareth, after you, I'm going to go back to Daniel, but Daniel, go ahead. No, wait a minute. Gareth's got I promised Gareth next.
Yeah, sorry. So I think there are some things we can be doing in this space. So I think we need to accept that there is a lot of technology change happening, and there's a lot of technology change on the frontier that will come in the next few years and over the course of the next decade that we actually need to start integrating into the way we're thinking about these issues. So at the moment, we have a mobile black spots program. It's a great program. It's focused on expanding access and coverage to places in the country that are not well covered or not well served. In the next 10 years, it is quite likely, and I don't want to be overhyped, so I'm going to say 10 years, that we will have direct-to-handset communication from LEO satellites to mobile phones, which means that the coverage issue that we all experience when we go into regional Australia will be frankly less of an issue. Now, what that means that if we invest in more terrestrial infrastructure that is focused on expanding mobile coverage over the forward horizon, first of all, it takes about 5 years for a mobile tower to be built. And then once it's built, the infrastructure on it will last for, 10 to 20 years, depending on conditions and weather and so on. The towers themselves last longer. The radio infrastructure on the top have to be changed more frequently to ensure compatibility going forward. So the question really is, at what point do we start to pivot our investment away from expanding into, expanding coverage, which frankly is less likely to be a really significant problem in the way that it is today in 5 or 10 years' time? And when do we start putting that money into the longer term assets we actually want to have in place to deliver the reliability and resilience benefits we want for the community? And I think that's a really important conversation that hasn't really kicked off. But to be honest, I mean, it's something that I think we're going to have to start talking about, because it doesn't make a huge amount of sense from a government funding standpoint and a community standpoint. We put large sums of money into, an incremental expansion in coverage, which we're not necessarily going to get for at least 5 years, when we could be putting that money into those same communities to give them more resilient backhaul, more resilient fiber, and better infrastructure and better services more generally. So I think that conversation is a really important one. But I personally would be starting to look at what programs do we have on the table already, and what can we co-fund through those programs with, organizations like NBN because we do own it, to invest that in that fiber infrastructure, knowing that infrastructure will last for decades to come. And with some government co-investment and funding, these projects may actually stack up. And I think that's something we need to start thinking about, because we are getting towards a point where, further investment in terrestrial infrastructure for coverage expansion, we're probably starting to get towards the tail of that. And we're potentially going to lose those benefits in 10 years' time. Noting it'll take 5 years to build it. You're talking about a 5-year window of coverage expansion that may be subsequently removed as a benefit because you've got LEOSat coverage. So I think there's something we have to consider there about how do we balance that program of investment to make sure we're getting the most we possibly can for community.
Thanks, Gareth. Daniel wanted to jump in and I stopped him. Go ahead.
That's all good. I just wanted to go back to Teresa's point about energy and the importance of power reliability, now that everything that the NBN and all of our other services require power. So basically what we see is there's outages in communities that we visit that are up to 2 weeks. Sometimes they're network outages, but more often than not, they're power supply outages. And this is the work that's being done around resilience now. So we need redundancy, both of power and of network coverage. And when I talk about redundancy, we have, like, for instance, the Torres Strait are reliant on a single fiber optic line that runs all the way up to the top of Cape York and then has microwave links across to each of the islands. And any break in that fiber optic takes out the rest of the whole network. Any cloud cover in the middle of that microwave links across the islands takes out the rest of the network. So we need redundancy to ensure that people can still access internet and services and emergency information regardless of what the delivery system is. We've got all this way without talking about LEOSats. Are we going there, or are we just going to avoid this,
We've got 2 minutes. Go for LEOSats.
All right. Well, basically where Gareth was going was the direct-to-device is coming. We're going to I can use a little Zoleo device and send a message from my phone anywhere I am in Australia. I can use my phone to make a 000 call. It goes via Apple in America, and I can get emergency help from anywhere. This is coming on your device very soon if you can afford the right device. It will also be if you can afford a postpaid service. So we know the direct device is coming over the next few years. You'll be able to message soon. You'll be able to make a phone call probably in a few years' time. But is that going to be available to everyone, or only those people who can afford the right phones and only those people who can afford a postpaid service? they're things that I'm really worried about. We are going to start putting eggs into a basket that may again increase the digital divide in the same way that other programs have.
We've got about 2 minutes. I think that was part of your wrap up.
I wanted to touch on one more thing, which is this concept, like we've been talking about what is universal service. In the United Kingdom, they've been talking about this idea of a minimum digital living standard. So it builds on a financial model, but it basically talks about what do you need nowadays to be able to do everything you need, communicate online and access all of the services, access all your streaming, everything. So they've come up with this model working in Wales as a starting point of how it's not just about the infrastructure. This is talking about all of the devices, the skills, all of the knowledge you need to be able to confidently and safely use the internet and do all the things you need online. I think it's a really interesting concept. We have a similar thing we use within the Australian Digital Inclusion Index about how we measure affordability, having a bundle of services. But I think this is taking it to the next level. So universal service isn't just about getting infrastructure to the house or to the person. It's whether people have the skills, the tools, the support systems to be able to connect safely and confidently and do all the things that they need.
That's a big ask, and I'm not sure we're there, but working on it. Teresa?
All right. So my final comment is going to be another question out to people to think about, right? Is that ultimately, even if we have everything we want as far as connectivity goes, we still haven't dealt with capability, and we still haven't dealt with the fact that everything changes all the time. And as people get older, they find it harder and harder to stay connected because of what they're actually capable of doing. We need a massive shift in relation to how we design apps, how we provide services, how we provide safety and protection for people against scams. And all of that is also about making sure that an essential service is actually fully available to everyone.
I like it. Gareth?
Yeah, I mean, I think my final comment would be we need to do something about affordability. We have gone through a really serious cost of living crunch over the last year or so. People are doing it extremely tough. And, we get pretty consistent feedback that NBN in particular is not affordable. And I think we have to be really mindful, picking up on the comment from Teresa earlier, single parents are the least well off from a financial standpoint. And we have to really think about, what are we doing as a society if we're setting ourselves up for a situation where, young children can't access the services they need to get an education and to get ahead. And so I think it's really, really important that we focus on affordability and that is advanced as a priority, because there's a lot we need to do, not just on prepaid, not just to make sure there are affordable services in remote, rural, and regional communities, but also more generally to make sure that NBN lives up to its promise of raising the digital capability of the country by ensuring that there is a concessional broadband offering.
I'd like to thank all three of you. I think we have only begun to look at the issue of connectivity from local to global. We haven't quite maxed the global yet. Sorry, the local we're still working on, so we'll get there eventually. We don't have any further time. In fact, we're over time, but I'd like to personally thank all three of you. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Gareth. And thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Holly.
Thanks, Ollie. Thank you, everyone.
One's from Vanuatu, the other one's from somewhere. Yeah.
He gave you thumbs up. Oh, he did?
Yeah, Magara, thank you everyone for being here. I introduced myself previously, but for this session, my name is Susan Beatson. I'm a Nimba Wawan woman. I grew up in a very remote community in far northwest New South Wales, and I now come with the privilege of having just submitted my 3rd degree in IT, and that's my PhD. Hopefully you'll be calling me, instead of Real Deadly Beatson, you'll be calling me Dr. Beatson. So I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of these lands and all the mobs who've had a long association with these lands of the Kulin Nation, and anyone from any of our Indigenous cultures that have lived on these lands as well. We've been displaced, removed, disenfranchised, and many things experienced through settler colonialism. And we now, some people, even from my own community, are very clearly Aboriginal, but have no idea who their people are. And they say, I'm Aboriginal from Bree, me. So I've grown up to embrace people and to embrace the fact that we've been displaced, many people. I was very lucky to have grown up on my grandfather's, great-grandmother's, great-grandmother's, great-grandmother's country. So I'm very one of the lucky ones. Also problematic in some of those as well, but very grateful. I have I've said previously that I acknowledge that this has always been places of learning. We're continuing that today. I've got to learn so much in this forum, and I'm really grateful for that. But before I move on, I just want to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples in the room and your elders, and thank you for being here. It's a great privilege to have you here. I'll hand over to Jenny to introduce herself.
Hi everyone, my name's Jenny Fraser and I'm an artist, and I'm here at this conference because we received a fellowship last year in Indigenous Internet Governance, and they invited us back, and I'm happy that we got to experience or witness the discussion yesterday as well. And I would like to acknowledge that we're on the lands of the Kulin Nation and thank their ancestors for their good custodianship over such a long period of time, and their spirit world for allowing us safe passage here for all of us. I have run an online gallery for 25 years. It's called Cyber Tribe. And I was just finding my way in the dark. I didn't know what I was doing at the time, but in hindsight, that has bypassed the museum and gallery sector in Australia. And the whole the agency of the art world is to pretend that they're making you a star. So this has not gone down that well in Australia because gatekeepers like to have that little bit of power over you. And so the Aboriginal art world has been very Aboriginal art in general has been very influential internationally. A lot of people know what that is, but they don't necessarily know what Australian art is. So to add more, this is just to give you a brief example, some research that I did over time in that 25-year period. At one stage, there was $1 billion being made in Aboriginal art, and there were 5 Aboriginal curators around Australia. So these are, when I say Aboriginal curator, I mean people that are working in the gallery museum sector, employed in those institutions. And now there are more. Now there's a few more, not too many, but there's still not many Aboriginal curators with purchasing power. So they have a job, but in some ways it's very tokenistic. Anyway, so that's just one example. And I live in the Northern Rivers. I'm from Queensland. And that border was never meant to separate people. So that was created in 1859 when one of my grannies was born, because she was given as a courtesy to the British Native Police officer after a massacre. So I know all these stories, and I know that that border between Queensland and New South Wales is actually our tribal boundary. So it is marked by scar trees and riverways, and it's not meant to be something that you can use in a pandemic to keep people away from their country. Yeah, so there's many other things that we could talk about, and we might get to some of them today.
Thank you. My name's Gabby Briggs. I've been very humbly asked to be a part of this by Jenny and Susan. I'm also an artist, and I'd say a lot of my practice has been informed by Jenny's, particularly around the digital space. I am doing my PhD in creative practices. It initially had a very virtual focus, particularly because and I'm Anowin also, which is from northern New South Wales, a part of the New England. And Anowin country was one of the places in which experienced all the colonisation here was aggressive. However, it is called the New England because of its similarities to England and its ability to, people were able to bring up pretty much 500,000 stock in the first 10 years, outnumbering us significantly. And there's been a lot of perceived loss in regards to culture. And I did see the virtual space as a place in which we could revitalise and see a resurgence, particularly when I was researching this. It became, there's a lot of mob in this space, Indigenous people globally around the virtual in particular. And there's a lot of thinking around how, the internet is a frontier, but it's also a place in which is land-based. It is created from land-based thinking. Therefore, the ways in which we operate within that space can be Indigenous, and it doesn't have to be Western or capitalist either. So I see that as a really awesome place in which we can still work within. However, what happened to me, the more I became interested in the virtual, I felt like I was being further removed from country, and therefore I wanted to recalibrate my relationship with country and focus on it. So it kind of accumulated into me now wanting to do a 100-kilometre walk on country, because I can still do that. And I have the ability to still negotiate access, whereas other people, particularly Indigenous people globally, don't have that opportunity. We see that in the Pacifica as well, the Pacific. But yeah, I feel like I'm just rambling a little bit now, but I think there's so much that can be spoken about in regards to Indigenous knowledges and the internet, particularly around governance. I think if the internet was governed through Indigenous ways of being and knowing, it would be an incredibly safer space for everyone. I think for me in particular, if I was to see the internet as a place where I can practice my indigeneity, I could see it as a place, see it as quite maternal, in that the way in which I've grown up, I come from, matrilineal ways, and I think that can be a way in which we can govern these spaces as well. It doesn't have to be a capitalist hellscape. It can be an incredibly beautiful place. And we've seen that as well. I think we see extremes where we see deep fakes, which are really harmful, but we also see the internet as a place of great resistance to the settler state. If you think about all the movements that have happened in Australia, that wouldn't have happened without the internet. We have a lot of power, sovereignty and self-determination in this space, and we can honestly show other people how to be the same.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point in terms of movements. We've also seen the opposite. We mentioned yesterday with the yes vote turning out to be a result of no. And the misinformation, disinformation and lies, untruths that were shared, and the political agenda that took over from our rights as a people to have a say about things that involve us. I think we need, and governance, and a nurturing governance, what Gabby talks about from our matriarchal lineage, is absolutely critical for us to think about in terms of how we can influence governance in this space. And that's what I mentioned yesterday, a much more collaborative space with the document rather than sending an individual approach. If we can share the responses, it's much more dynamic, and we can all, it's like sharing your homework. We think that's a good thing. I've done that with work with children at home, and children get to talk about their families and their culture, and children get to learn things from their elders, from each other, and ask at home. And so it's much more dynamic, and there are far greater outcomes. And I think that's the same here with this document. When we do documents like this, if we can create a draft, put it online, and let us all contribute, and then everybody in this space, if it's a public document, can then hopefully, maybe it needs to be password protected or protected in some way. But if it's not meant to be that, then we can all share, and we can even ask people beyond us to contribute as well. And that, to me, is dynamic and important. Do you have anything to say about that?
So I just wanted to give an example. I've been doing a lot of reflecting because I'm trying to put together a publication for 25 years to mark that. So in the past, I've had a role in some advocacy, and a lot of the time, there was a lot of discussion about intellectual property over time, like how the internet was a bad thing, and especially not good for Aboriginal artists, because you could just take things offline and then go and print it in Bali and then sell it internationally. So I used to accommodate that by making my images really small, 300 pixels across, as one way of not being able to steal things easily. But now, these days, people just upload their whole high-res file, and that's available. And that's their choice, because they can do that now, because instead of having websites, they have a Facebook account or whatever. Yeah, so over time, it got a bit dull talking about intellectual property in every advocacy meeting. Like, I always thought, do we have to keep talking about this? So that was just something that was in my mind, you know, I was being respectful with my words, but my judgment was, why do we have to talk about intellectual property every meeting? Like, it just drags the discussion, like we're not talking about other things. And now I feel like we didn't talk about intellectual property enough because AI is here, and they were right the whole time. So I'm just saying, if I can recognise my ignorance and my judgment, then maybe other people can as well, and just allow elders and people with more experience than me, like, you know, in the tech space, we might think that we're able and skillful, but we don't know everything. And in the past, we could do all the roles in the 90s, when we're making a website. But now things are very specialised and we can't do all the roles anymore. We have to acknowledge that there's different specialisations that are way out of our scope. And that includes listening to people who are the knowledge holders. So I just want to put that out there, that I know it's a difficult space, but it just takes more compassion, thought, and it's just literally acknowledgement. If we can acknowledge country, then we can acknowledge the knowledge holding space in itself.
Yeah, I think it's critical to know that, or to think that, like, we're out. I do see this as, you know, still the frontier, particularly because of AI. And yeah, I think Indigenous protocols around how to engage and how to relate with each other is a way in which we can develop a very robust framework that is responsive to everyone as much as possible. And I think a lot of that has got to do with prioritising and centering country, which is a fundamental part of how we think, is by centering country. And if we do that in the development of governance in the internet, I think it'll be just, a better space. And I don't think, and another thing is as well, I think there's a lot of fear in working with blackfellas in regards to our cultural knowledge, but also in regards to guilt. And there's a lot of fragility. So it's, I think in regards to actually making this happen and us coming together, it's about being vulnerable and being okay to be wrong, rupture and repair. We can actually do this together, but it is hard work. It's not an easy thing, because it's still having to correct things that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that's really important. I think fragility, or you know, a sense of feeling a guilt about the past, or just frightened about the future, or the present. You know, if you voted no, when I look in this room, 3 people out of the 5 voted no. So it's really important. That's, you know, that's what we're holding onto here. And for us, it's like I walked around for the next months with my head down, too frightened to look into people's eyes, because I thought that you wanted to have a say over my life, my grandchildren's lives, and all of my family's lives. So, and my friends. So, and that's what we live with every day. So I understand that it's complex, but it's about having courageous conversations. It's really important that you know, non-Indigenous people be courageous, and we don't want you to feel harm. We've felt enough harm. We don't want to put that harm onto you. We might get angry, we might get accused of being the angry Black woman, but we're just frustrated. We're not angry at you, we're angry at the situation, we're angry at the structural racism. So when it comes to governance, we need to make sure that we're not building in the settler, and if anyone doesn't know what settler colonialism is, then just go to Wikipedia, have a look at what that is. It's really simple, or Wikimedia might have a space there as well. But just go there and look it up. It's really simple to understand. And that's what we've lived with our entire lives, from not being allowed to live in the community before 1967, for those of my age. And now I've told everyone how old I am. Well, not quite, but I was 5 then, 6 almost. So, so now you know. and to, you know, being allowed to live on the outskirts of town, to then being able to slowly, you know, and over time, and things change, and I know things change, and I'm a big embracer of change, which is why I'm an IT person. I'm a big, I believe in systems. I do believe in systems, but I believe in systems of nature. And I grew up where the fish traps are, or outside the town of the fish traps, the oldest man-made structure in the world, what we call Byami's Nunu. And it's a fully regenerative system. And when you look at that, that actually entails a whole lot of logic around computer science. When we look at holding fish in bays, it's holding charge in batteries. When we filter our fish into the different size pens according to the different size fish, that's selective processing. I could name 100 parts. It's actually from nature. It's from Aboriginal peoples watching nature. So when we talk about our governance systems and our ways of governing, our nurturing systems, we're talking about regenerative process, not sustainability. Sustainability sustains us in the moment. It doesn't think about the communities downstream or upstream. We think about regenerative processes. That's the way we work as Aboriginal peoples. That's really important, and you just have to think. So my ethic and my way of understanding the world, being a child walking at 9 months of age, being my father's shadow until I was almost 6, going to school, and that's what I observed was patterns in nature. And him just talking to me, because he was a man who liked to talk, until he told me I had to shut up and listen to everyone. So hence, I'm a good listener, but I'm also a good talker. So I should move on and let Jen have a say.
So one other example I wanted to give is something I talked about at a international masterclass we had once. I gave the example. So these stats might not be correct, but basically there is a connection, a biological connection between Indian people from the continent India and Aboriginal people from Australia. That's recognised culturally as well. So I started to think about this and wonder, like, it's obvious that the digital uptake of Indian people has been very prolific, and a lot of Indian people are in the IT sector. So if 1 in 12 Indian people have the same DNA as Aboriginal people, then why don't we have the same capacity or agency as Indian people? And basically it's because we're a minority in our own country and we live with cultural apartheid. But there's a myth, like in the 90s, they put out ads from Telecom, which later became Telstra. There's a myth, you know, like we can drive into the desert with our American friends and tell them all about the amazing mobile net digital access that you can get in the desert. Do you remember that ad? We do, Chucky, we do. So I thought you might not remember because it was 30 years ago. So I've got it here to play. Basically,
yeah, you bought a new mobile phone? Yeah, and I'm not real sure how to work it. We'll call Telecom Mobile now. Oh yeah, 7 p.m. on a Sunday night.
Telecom Mobile Net has 24-hour customer service all around Australia.
Come on. Who in the world gets 24-hour customer service from a phone company? We do, Chucky. We do. Telecom Mobile Net, Australia.
so that was a famous catch cry, and there was a lot of different ads that they put out with that. We do, Chucky, we do. So basically they're saying, you know, this telecom company is amazing and Australia is really ahead, which is all not true. And it's they're saying, you know, we have access to phone call center service, but really in the desert, or even in just other remote areas as well, even in the rainforest where I live, I don't have phone reception now. So it's very, there's this binary opposition between, you know, what you can get in Sydney, in the city, and what you can get in other places. And yeah, so I'm also wondering, like, Melbourne has a racism problem with Indian people, but they're not in this space. I don't see them at this conference. It's a free conference, so why wouldn't you turn up if you're in this space anyway? So these are just all questions and how I think about the world as a bigger place anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I just want to take it back to something like you said earlier in regards to, you know, young mob back in Brewarrina just saying, you know, I'm a blackfella from Bree. And most blackfellas would know what you mean when you say that. But for them not to know their cultural identity beyond that, given that they have the oldest fish trap in the world, is bizarre. And I think that is a problem that I think internet governance can support in resolving. And that also includes building digital access and availability. And I see the ways in which we can look after and revitalise Indigenous knowledges is through the internet. And I think it's important. I was really against the idea of digitising our knowledges because I did not see it as a safe space. But I think if we govern these spaces ourselves and are self-determining and sovereign, and it's also important to, like, I think understand that Indigenous sovereignty is different to white understandings of sovereignty. But I think if we're able to be sovereign in this space, you know, we won't have that issue of like young mob coming from one of the most sophisticated knowledges in this world. They would know their identity a lot deeper, and that's really important. And that is really critical. I think the internet can play such a pivotal role in resurgence of Indigenous knowledges, but also can be a space in which truth-telling can occur and a place in which our futures can be imagined. And I think seeing the future as Indigenous is really critical for the survival of all, given a climate emergency. Yeah, that's me.
I think, you know, climate emergency is absolutely critical to all of us. But it's not about going out and saying, okay, we've got to go out and grab all of these knowledges and take them and do something with them. I think I mentioned yesterday when the chief scientist said it's really important that we go out and get all of these Indigenous knowledges and we capture them all for the benefit of everybody. I'm working on a research project at the moment that is looking at building culture hubs, but we're actually building them as standalone systems that don't have access to the internet. We have a separate web server that shows images of some things we're prototyping, and they are separate physical systems. If you want to transfer something from A to B, you do it the old way. And the reason for that is at the moment, we haven't designed the security enough, and we want to be able to develop the system. We want the confidence in the elders to share their knowledges and the knowledge holders to share their knowledges on this platform so that we can develop our own AI internally that can help us look at the knowledges to see what we have that might actually find, you know, we might actually be able to see and think about those knowledges in contemporary ways that might actually have solutions for everybody. But we want to make sure that we're thinking first locally, then nationally, and then, or regionally even. We're all part of a wider community. Our Yampa, Nyimba mobs, we've got Barkindji, Murrawarri, you know, a whole lot of other groups all around us that we'd like to make sure are okay too. And then, you know, nationally, all of the people, not just Aboriginal people, but everybody, like with the mosaic burning, like with the Spinifex plant. I don't know if any of you know the sap of the Spinifex plant. that's actually the strongest glue known to man. And it's also by multitudes, like over and over. I can't remember how many multiplication it is stronger, but it's very strong. And they've now developed a partnership with UQ. It's just the Indinjali and Didndu mobs from Camberwell have got the IP on this, and they've created a partnership with UQ where they've got greater than 50% ownership of anything downstream since the partnership. Anything upstream is 100%, goes back to the community. And UQ are calling that a potentially multi-billion-dollar business. And all of that money is going back into the community to develop the futures of those people, all of those two mobs. So that's the sort of thing we're doing with culture hubs. But at the moment, the AI is not secure enough, the security is not secure enough, the governance of the internet is not secure enough for us to think that that's going to be okay to put up on the internet. So we're doing it as a standalone, and that's the only way I can convince the elders to share their knowledges. And we're creating a structure that's a kinship security related, so that people who are downstream from that person who's a knowledge sharer, and some people are sharing across, others are not because of colonisation. There's so much disruption. So it's not necessarily purely traditional, historical, but it's going forward since colonisation. So these, it's really important. We want to be able to create entrepreneurial opportunities for these communities. So we're having to do it in a very fragmented way because the internet governance is not, and the infrastructure is not secure enough for our mobs. So we need to be here, and I'm really grateful that we're here as part of the Internet Governance Forum and as a fellow, as a part of the fellowship. And I think we can actually influence the governance, but it's about having the conversations and then working out what it is that we can contribute to. But before I move on, I just want to say that Ram mentioned yesterday, one really good thing to do is to go out and create an elders advisory group. That's a great idea, but at the moment we need to make sure it's a safe place for that to happen. So, for example, I was on a phone call and somebody said, oh, we were asked by an Aboriginal group to do some research around something. And then I thought, oh, that's interesting. We've got 3 Aboriginal fellows here. Why weren't we invited to be on that? So that's what I'm talking about when I say, that there's needs to be a safe space. Really simple, but it's really important. If there's research being done and we're here, involve us. And that is a way to open space and to bring Aboriginal people into that space as well.
Yeah, why not? So I do work in the healing or well-being space. So I just wanted to quickly mention that. So when I talk to young people, they tell me that their aunties are on Facebook all the time. If they want to find them, they'll go look on Facebook and they're on there 24 hours a day. And then if you talk to older people, they tell you what's wrong with the world because the young people are on TikTok. So basically they're just on different platforms doing the same thing. So that is a big concern for well-being, especially for mental health. And I noticed that in other countries, like in Los Angeles, for example, they have detox clinics where you can go and deal with your internet addiction. And so, we all have addictions and we all focus on different things, and some things are just way more harmful than others, but they still manifest. Well, the internet still manifests. And I personally call it internet brain. And I'm not talking about developmental brain. I'm talking about when we're on the internet and then we go outside, we still have the internet brain. We're still there. We're still thinking about it. It still consumes us. So I just wanted to put it out there. I'm hoping that we can also have detox clinics, and I personally run Indigenous women's retreats. And I hope that somehow these retreats could be supported better for people to spend time on, in the wilderness on their own country, which is actually difficult these days for a lot of Indigenous women because they're the ones holding up society. Like they're the ones teaching the kids, looking after the old people. And it's actually very hard for me to get people to come to retreats because they say, yes, they will. And then something happens, there's a funeral or whatever. So I always have to have a list, a backup list. Like if they're coming out, then someone else can slot in. So yeah, it's just ways that we can manage the internet or our internet use better. And also, there's a bit of a elephant in the room. No one has talked about it in this forum yet, but these are bombs that can be detonated by remote control. That's what we found. It's what's happening in Palestine right now. So the less we can distance ourselves from technology, and the more we can reconnect with our own land for food sovereignty and things like that, it's going to be better for us as human beings, or just to find some balance.
Yeah, that's really important. We're just talking about Dorising, that being a thing, but it's also like if we're thinking about the internet being land-based as well, these women are acting like they are on land as well. And they need to know everything, Arnie.
Taking up space.
Taking up space, but also taking up space. I think this is one of the most critical things, and that is due to settler colonialism. Well, settler colonialism requires the elimination of the native. So when we look at that physically in this country, it means there's a deficit of spaces for Indigenous people to exist or culture to exist. That's why I see the internet as a place in which we can operate. If it is land-based, we can create spaces that are safe. We don't have that physically here. What is a safe space for mob physically in Australia?
Yeah, we
Our
create,
homes.
yeah, our homes, our country.
Not even that sometimes. Yeah.
We create spaces, place is country, and Aboriginal people create spaces, and it's usually the cracks in place. So they're the spaces that we find ourselves in a colonial settler environment. And colonial settler environments is about, there were over 750,000 Aboriginal people living on these lands before colonisation. And we're now 3% of the population. I don't know what that number is. If anyone can tell me what the population is and say what 3% of that is, it's significantly less than 750,000. So there was a huge attempt at genocide. And for us to be able to, like Gabby says, exist in these spaces like the internet, and we say culture is never lost because culture is in country. So if we are disconnected from culture, we can always go back to country. And that's what Gabby was saying when she was finding in the internet that she was disconnected from country. So she had to go back to country and walk land for 100 kilometres. That's what we need to continually do. But what Aboriginal people do when we come into these spaces is we create our safe space among us. But it's actually young people that are coming into spaces that are not recognising that this is not a safe space. They think of it as being on country, especially people in remote communities. So we really need to find a way to care for our young and to care for our culture, and care for our knowledges that are shared online in an ignorant way, like with a not knowing way. I mean that in the most nurturing way.
Can I just say one thing on top of that as well that I think is really important and has been really important for me is people's like literacy around the ways in which their rights on the internet. particularly around like image-based abuse and all that kind of stuff. These things happen within all communities, and they happen within the Aboriginal community too. I've actually had a family member impacted by this, and the way in which there was like no understanding of the rights in which she had to protect herself. And also, a lot of people don't know the dangers of sharing image-based abuse. We would like to think it's not a thing, but we do know it's a thing, sharing images online. And I know that the government has the commissioner now of e-safety, and I know that there's some stuff happening there, but it is critical that the Indigenous community are prioritised, I really feel, because the violence which is being inflicted on young Indigenous girls is horrifying, and if it's not corrected by people knowing their rights, it can really turn into something really horrible and damaging and traumatising.
Yeah, back in the early 2000s, one of my nieces was virtually raped, and I know what a physical rape is as a thriver and survivor of rape. And so I was fully aware of what had happened to her. She shared it to me. She didn't think it was problematic at the time. But what happened as a result of that was very clearly what happens to women when they're raped, young girls when they're raped. And these were all non-Indigenous boys in a virtual space in a well-to-do boarding school and in Brisbane. And, you know, at the time, there was nothing. And that's my big thing about understanding what a nurturing governance system is. We need to care for people in a way that doesn't rule them, but ensures the well-being and safety of everybody. And it's about bringing an Indigenous value system forward. There is a whole lot of terms of reference that we use, collegiality, congeniality, respect. There's about 20 words. I can't call them all off the top of my head, but there's, and if we all live by those, we can't force everybody to live that way, obviously. But there are things that we can do that help and guide people to live that way. And that we can enforce in a way that doesn't, that helps people when they do. Like the school didn't know what to do. The school didn't think it was a bad thing because it was all men. And yeah, it was a really difficult time, but now there is the e-safety commissioner, there is, you know, things have come along. But what I'm trying to say is we need to be much more proactive in so much of the internet and technology. We need, I said yesterday, we need strategists. We need forward-thinking people who are aware of because what happens in the real world happens online and can happen at a depth and breadth far greater than what happens in the real world. And so I think we need to think about that in terms of, you know, what are we doing when this pack mentality happens and it's far right wing, it's abuse on women, it's abuse of people with differing abilities, it's abuse of, you know, all kinds of things. So I think we need to be far more proactive, and the use of people who can think beyond, bring young people into the space and really, you know, bring people of all these differences who have the lived experience and the storying, as I said yesterday. They're the stories that can help us to articulate a governance system that we need.
That's a good way to end. I think our time is nearly up, but adding to that, I just wanted to say that there's been a lot of discussion about how young people's brains have changed, like they're different from ours, like I'm Generation X, and I can see the impact of that, the internet has had on people, had on younger people. Like they used to show videos of like a little toddler, and they give it a magazine, and they were using it like an iPad. You know, they were trying to scroll.
Yes. Swipe right,
So-
swipe left.
So you can see, you know, from their formative years, how much influence they have as well. And it's affecting the development of their brain. And they're often saying lately, you know, Generation X is the last one who is going to know the difference between how it was before and how it is now. So I think Sue's right. Like, we all need to be more proactive in a lot of different spaces and discussions that we're having.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely agree. But I think once again, like, you know, Indigenous women are the ones leading when it comes to protecting their people. And I think one thing that people can get from our ways of being is our relationality, and how critical how critical the way we are in relationship to each other is for the success and the progress of everyone, is really important. And one other thing before we leave this stage is I heard of mad mob over in New Zealand called Tahiku Media. I don't know if you mob know them, but they are honestly really cool. They do the Indigenous media, but a lot of what they do is based around the idea that they have, like, I think, an elders council, which informs all of their moves. And so that trickles down. And I think that's really critical. People don't see elders in this space. They don't think that they're important. But they absolutely are. And if we're really wanting to decolonize, and a big thing, the thing is with decolonization is, I think people think it in the most literal sense. And that is, to decolonize is like everyone has to leave here and it's only blackfellas, which is just like so wamba. But the idea of decolonization is to not go back, but to create a new elsewhere. And that's what we need to do. And once again, that's hard conversations and that, but courageous conversations. And I can't think of anyone more courageous than elders, and people who really look after their communities. And I think if we are wanting to create a safer space for us all to exist in, I think elders have to play a critical role. And yeah.
Especially if they're activists.
Yeah, especially if they're staunch grassroots activists.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, 10 minutes.
okay.
Okay, sorry.
Any questions?
Sadie has a question. Yeah, this Sadie has.
Yeah, there's a mic.
Yeah. She's got it first. Good. Yeah.
Just look, I just wanted to thank you for two things in particular. It's, I don't know if refreshing is the right word, but the vulnerability that you show in sharing experiences is reflective of the reality for people online. And I think when we're talking about internet governance and things that impact people, that is whether it's Indigenous or non-Indigenous members of our community. And so I really appreciate that you have shared in the way that you do. The second is that you are, this is the second time I've heard you suggesting some mechanisms that we can collaborate externally to here, and tying that in with your ways of doing and being. And I just want to endorse that, you know, I think that is great. I think that is what the internet is about. That's what the community is about, to have that ongoing engagement and that we can filter that into our community. So thanks.
I think nature is, evident in the internet. It's evident in the interconnectedness, the relationality, but we need to bring about the respect. And I think that's a part of a value system that is not as well honoured today in families and in different groups. And I think that's something that, we need to endorse or endorse, but, definitely try to bring about in different ways of governing the system.
I'd like to echo that. I think it's fantastic to have your views and perspectives as part of these discussions. It's absolutely critical if we're going to have a safe and a space that everyone has a sense of belonging. I'm Daniel Featherstone. I'm doing research in remote First Nations communities and have lived and worked with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people for many years, but I'm not Aboriginal. I'm wanting to just talk about that, a couple of things. First of all, that idea of governance and how we build the structures, the scaffolding to get to that. Because when we talk to elders in communities, they feel like they've lost their sort of cultural authority in the digital space because the young people have grown up with it. They're rapid adopters. They very quickly are comfortable in exploring and using the space. I would say they're fearless in that space. And yet the elders feel like they don't have that ability to oversee or supervise in that space anymore. It's effectively unmanaged. And so how we build that sort of those structures and supports for elders to regain authority in that space, I think it's really critical going forward.
Yeah, I think it's not completely lost. We actually do have a say in what we see, what everyone's doing, and we watch what everybody is doing. And, my cousins at my age, I'm in my 60s now, and my cousins and older cousins are there. And we call it Dorising, but it's not Dorising. It's actually watching and listening. And we're learning too, but we're also letting the younger ones know that to pull their head in, or that that's not appropriate, or, to do the right thing. So it is happening, but at the same time, the governance structures of the internet itself do need to be improved to facilitate a way of allowing people to come forward in this space so that we can actually have a better system that is respectful of all.
Yeah, and I think on top of that as well is like, if you're a young fella with lived experience, a part of that is this internal protocol. Like, I'm not going to say anything unless my grandparents are okay. Like, I got to check up on that. And that's one thing. But also, we're talking about elders, which hold a really critical role in our own governance. However, within the settler state, elders aren't given the same weight. Like, we've got to be very honest about that. If they did, they would give them the roles in which they need, which they deserve in our society. They don't. Any weight that is, any weight that is given to old fellas is because of us and us alone. And I think if we are needing to, like, this is an opportunity for us to really shift the power dynamics when it comes to recognising elders as being significant. And that's the government's responsibility. They can put the money there. They can treat them as the authorities that they are.
I'll just add quickly before I leave, but the Office of E-Safety doesn't have Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people working there in this space.
That's
and
right.
I think there's a really important place for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander
100%.
elders at the Office of eSafety and having an advisory group and people working within the office.
Especially because so many Aboriginal people have had the same experiences that are happening online in real life, both transgenerationally and in reality. Can I ask, do you mind if we move on to the next person? But do you mind if I ask, can we swap an order? Do you mind if I ask our Māori sister to come forward? Thank you.
Kia ora. E tūtahi ka mihi au kia koutou mō ngā tupuna. E tūtahi ka mihi au kia koutou mō tō tupuna. Ko te aitanga mahaki te iwi, ko ana hau, kia ora. My name is Anna. I work at Internet NZ. I just wanted to circle back to the internet governance specific kōrero, conversation, and talk around, or ask around capability versus capacity, which is an issue that we're having in New Zealand. So I have no doubt that Indigenous peoples in Australia have really strong capability to have these conversations. But given the current context in this nation, particularly around the yes vote and things of that nature, I'd love to ask whether you think that there is capacity for Indigenous peoples to be in the internet governance space at the moment, and what the biggest kind of roadblock you see in the way of that engagement might be, and what the solutions could be in that space. Kia ora.
You want to answer?
You go.
There's a lot of talk about cultural overload, what I prefer to call colonial overload. But I absolutely think we have the capacity as well as the capability. And we need to reach wider. People who say they're culturally overloaded are people who don't necessarily have the full connection to community. And when Universities Australia brought out the directive to embed Indigenous value systems, perspectives and knowledges within the university, across the university and within the curriculum, immediately I saw that as a way to build capacity for our communities to come forward and to assist non-Indigenous peoples to understand what that means, what are Indigenous value systems. So I thought, great, there's great enterprise here for us to be able to think about building businesses that can guide people to do this the right way. And so, but people who haven't got a lived experience of living in community and have that communal, so they might have lived as a assimilated person their entire lives, and maybe their parents as well, and generations, won't necessarily have that way of thinking. So they think it's up to them to do it all. I remember saying to a young group of engineers, what business is that of yours doing the Reconciliation Action Plan? When they didn't have any lived experience as an Aboriginal person, and they there are businesses out there that actually do that. Aboriginal businesses that do this. So why not get your organisation to get them to do it, and you get on with the business of being a really deadly Aboriginal engineer and learn what it means to be an Aboriginal person as well as a great engineer.
Yeah, but also like we don't have anything to reconcile, so why should we be
Yes.
leading a reconciliation action plan?
It's actually a non-Indigenous person's role to reconcile. But the thing that's standing in the way, finances, structural racism, are not knowing and are not willing to be courageous. Courageous conversations is really important. And like, I'm not a person, I don't want to be an angry person. Yeah. I really don't. I've spent 30 years attempting, to be a better person. because I don't want to carry anger through my life or share that to people. I might come across as being assertive or over assertive, but I think it's important to be bold in this space. My father used to tell me all the time to be quiet because he was a man who liked to sit back because he suffered a lot of racism. He was very dark skinned. I follow the skin of my mother, my Irish blood. And so I'm very lucky in the sense of I'm very privileged with my skin color, and I've also suffered the other way too. But I just, I've suffered many things in my life, and I think it's really important to be kind, generous, and courageous and have these conversations. And I think we all need to be that way. And I don't want to blame anyone for anything. And I've got a lot too I could blame people for. But I think it's important to engage and move on, and let's work together to do this.
And also like localizing stuff as well. Like, we need to build capacity too. Like, there is capacity, but there is the over colonial load that a lot of people have to do as well. So I think it's about it's about building capacity, like do the hard work, actually bring people in and look after mob, and actually like a lot of it is slow work, pay mob. Yes. Yeah, like validate people and their lived experiences and their actual qualification to do the work. A lot, like there's this idea of like, oh, there's no capacity, but like you're not creating the safe space for this mob either. So there's so much to it. I think it's money and resources also. We need that.
Yeah, the big thing is we don't have generational wealth. I rent 2 houses because I can't live where my husband and I want to live, where he does his permaculture and all of that sort of thing. So I work at UQ, so I live in Brisbane, so therefore we rent 2 houses. We don't own a house, my family don't. My sister owns a house, but she's always worked in the government. I worked in private business where I didn't get the same super. I actually don't have a really small super. Like ridiculous things. My husband has always worked for himself, so he doesn't have a super. Like just things that, really different. And I'm in my 60s and I've always wanted to own my little gundi, my own little gundi. But I hope I will one day. I've just submitted a PhD, so maybe I might get a pay rise.
But there's also there's something that I call cultural jealousy. So in mainstream society, Aboriginal culture is very attractive because there's a joke that Australia doesn't have any culture. But so that is very difficult for people to give up any agency that they have from the mainstream in the Aboriginal space. And there's a lot of blocking that goes on. There's a lot of exclusion, and that is a form of abuse that people enact on Aboriginal people in this space. So they'll be very threatened by people who are educated, who are on the same playing field as them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good questions.
Yeah.
Hello.
Thank you for that.
That's all right. My name's Anastasia. I might just try and I'm a science communicator, and I grew up on Whadjuk Noongar country. I think I'm just gonna have to squat actually. I was really interested in what you said about like land-based understandings of the internet, and about like your secure computer that with all of the knowledge on it, and like how you're gonna build an AI from that. And I'd be really interested to hear about any structural or logical things that you imagine for the internet in the future that would help protect knowledge, like whether that's about like place-based certificates or like having servers or data centers on country. Like, is there anything that you imagine in a technical sense would help to protect people and knowledge?
I see all of those things. I just wrote something this morning or last night, very early this morning, an email around data centers or knowledge hubs, we call them, on country. But I also see, well, we're looking into whether it's digital rights management or NFTs or something along the lines of blockchain anyway, around identifying where knowledge originated from, but associating some sort of perpetual royalties back to the community in which it came from. That's my heart. That's where I really want to make sure that people are getting paid for their knowledge every time it's replicated. You know, when Jen talks about an image that's shared, I want to see that that's someone shared, one of my cousins shared an image, and I could right click and find out where it originated from. And I was like, everyone was posting on Facebook, oh, what a beautiful photo. It's so reminiscent of, you know, of NAIDOC and, you know, la, la, la. And I'm like, this was painted in India by some Indian woman. Like, what are you talking about? You know, like, what a load of rubbish. How can that be? Anyway, where's country in this? You know, and I could see it. And that's why I right clicked, because I thought there is nothing Aboriginal in this other than dots. And I'm not from dots country. I'm from lines country, me. Wavy lines, straight lines, whatever lines you want, that's us. We're not dots. So, you know, I can see how art has been, you know, everyone thinks that dots is Aboriginal, and it's not. Dots is from a very particular place on this continent. And so Aboriginal people can see the land in the painting, and it's just like we can see the land in the internet, and we can see it in the governance structures, because we spent so much time observing nature. I know I did, and my father taught me to do that. And so that's what we can see in systems. It's what we can see in everything. And so when I can see those patterns, that's what I see. We need to find pathways back to the community, back to country, so all of those things need to find their way back.
Thanks.
It's time, everyone.
It is. I just wanted to ask everybody, I want to thank all three of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This has been a really interesting session. I hope this is like the start of the conversation, and
Yes,
it will
absolutely.
stay as part of the IGF community. This is the place where we have the conversations between what's happening in the governance of the internet and governance of things that happen on the internet. IGF's the place to have those conversations brought together. So thank you. This has been a fascinating session. And just everyone, please thank Jenny, Susan and Gabby.
Afternoon. Hello. Oh, hi, everybody. It is 11:32 Eastern Standard Time, 11:33. I think I'll give it just one more minute in the audience here in Melbourne for people to arrive. We did run slightly over in the session before morning tea, but I will get going in just under 2 minutes. Bear with us, please, those of you that are online.
It's quite white.
And if there's anyone from AUDA or anyone from auIGF that could let me know who the online moderator is for today's session, I'd be most grateful. Or if you're online already, can you identify yourself? Okay, we have an online moderator turning up in just a moment. I might just welcome those of you that have joined online. Thank you very much for your participation and attendance online. It's always much more difficult than being physically here in Melbourne. Providing a little bit of running commentary, we've had a very nice pumpkin frittata for morning tea and a jam biscuit, which is probably why people are not coming back in. I will get going about now. My name is Sandra Davey, and I will be the moderator for the session that we have on this morning around digital rights and responsibilities, the challenge of online safety. And I have two of my three panelists here physically in Melbourne, and we will be joined by Jenny online, who will be participating virtually with us. I would like to just set the scene and give a little bit of an overview before we get into this. It is 11:35. We will be calling it just before 12:30 today. The framing for the conversation that we're having today is around digital rights and responsibilities, the challenge of online safety. Online safety requires the balancing of rights that can often be in conflict. For example, the safety of children and young people, privacy, security, and much more. How might we strike this balance in 2025 and beyond? I'd like to introduce my panelists, and for the online moderator, can we just confirm that we can see Jenny and that our third panelist has indeed joined us online. Deborah, on my far right over here. Oh, Jenny, hi, you look fabulous. Thank you. We can see you now. It's lovely to welcome you virtually. In fact, I'll start with you. We have Jenny Duxbury joining us from online. She is the Director of Policy, Regulatory Affairs and Research at the Digital Industry Group, also known as Digi. She brings a wealth of international experience across both the legal and policy space, and today we'll be bringing an industry perspective into our conversation. Immediately here on my right is Kiki Fong Lim, and Kiki is a public interest technologist. She's also the Vice Chair of the Electronic Frontiers Australia. Kiki's bringing a civil society perspective into today's discussion. And over on my far right, we have Deborah Welsh, who is the Executive Manager of Strategy, Engagement and Research from the eSafety Commissioner's Office. And Deborah will share a government perspective. So I've got a really nice cross-section of perspectives for this topic. I don't really need to repeat the protocols of the last day and a half, but just in brief, the auIGF Code of Conduct is really important to us and is at the heart of how we organise. Please pay attention to that. And for those of you online, we'd really love to see your first name and last name. And for those asking a question in the physical audience or indeed online, if you could just let us know your full name and where you're coming from or the organisation you're representing or employed by, that would be awesome. So let's kick this thing off. I want to give, the format is a few minutes for each of the panelists, 5 minutes to set the scene, share some overarching thoughts I'm going to pose one or two questions just to get the conversation going, but I'd be super keen to hear from the audience here in the room and equally from online. So please think about some questions as we start to shape up this conversation. Jenny, I'd love you to kick us off, just sort of positing again that online safety requires the balancing of rights that can often be in conflict, the safety of children, young people, privacy, security, and much more. How might we think about striking this balance in 2025? Jenny, perhaps some opening remarks from you, and then I'd like to come back to the physical audience and kick over to Deborah. So over to you, Jenny, please.
Oh, thank you very much for that introduction, and it's great to be here today talking about such an interesting topic. I'd say at the outset that it's worth noting that how we think and discuss rights in an Australian public policy context is really connected to our legal and political framework and our particular social environment. So if we were going to be having this discussion in the United States, or if we were discussing this topic in Europe, we'd probably be focusing on legal rights. Rights that an individual can actually enforce under legal and constitutional frameworks. So famously, the very basic foundations of the United States political system, as expressed in the Declaration of Independence, rests on the idea that all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we know that the founders of the United States drew up a constitution based on those sort of principles, and that included a Bill of Rights, which was later interpreted to include additional rights like the rights of privacy enforceable by individuals. So in Australia, we have a very different relationship to rights. Our constitution is very mechanical. We have very few individual rights, and those that we have are actually quite weak, such as the right to a jury trial for an indictable offence, which can be easily avoided by just making sure that criminal offences are described as not indictable offences. As citizens, we don't even have a right to reside in our own country. However, this doesn't mean that rights don't matter to us. They matter a great deal. They are the very essence of many political debates, including debates about safety and security, whether that's offline or online. So, for example, when the government published its exposure draft of the bill to regulate mis and disinformation, it received an unprecedented number of submissions, many of which express concerns about how it would restrict Australians' rights to freedom of speech. So in very highly polarised political debates, it often does seem like these rights are in conflict. So, for example, in debates about the extent that digital platforms should take proactive action to detect and remove harmful materials online, the rights of adults and children to be safe and secure online can also seem to be in conflict with other rights like freedom of expression and privacy. And very often when we frame our arguments about these sort of contentious policy issues, we tend to do so in quite absolute terms. So we either have privacy or we can have security. We can't have both. But the thing about rights is that they are never absolute. They are always relative. And most importantly, different people have different views about what rights mean. And this evolves over different eras. So to take an example from another safety-oriented policy space, at the beginning of aviation, at the turn of the centuries, flying an aircraft was a very highly risky activity that was undertaken by pioneer aviators. It wasn't a form of public transport. And so safety in that era was really focused on preventing a plane from crashing and injuring civilians on the ground, and not on protecting passengers who flew at their own risk. So the way that I like to think about rights in policy debates, including online safety, is it's often very much an argument about what rights mean and which of those interpretations should be given priority. And I think of this as less a balancing exercise as a juggling exercise, or you could say an exercise in reaching workable, pragmatic compromises and trade-offs. So to give an example of an issue in the online policy space where this arises, industry is currently working on the development of enforceable codes, if they're registered, under the Online Safety Act. And these codes aim to regulate a range of materials which are restricted to adults under the National Classification Scheme, including online pornography, and materials that advocate or instruct in self-harm, eating disorders and suicide. These codes have been released to the public, they're out for public consultation. And one of the questions we've asked stakeholders is to think about the rights that have been factored into the design of the codes, including consideration of young people's safety, security and privacy. Have we done that in a way that, people think works? So in relation to online pornography, there is a need to arrive at a compromise about the policy objective, which is to prevent children and young people under the age of 18 from accessing and being exposed to pornography. Now, we also need to think about the rights of citizens to privacy and security and equality of access to digital spaces, and also the rights of adults to read and see and hear lawful material. So where these rights become in tension in these debates has a lot to do with the expectations of government and regulatory bodies about the particular measures that will be implemented to achieve the objective. So, for example, implementing measures around age assurance that would require users to provide personal data which some more disadvantaged people may not have, and also implementing measures to detect and remove this material from online environments, potentially very private environments like email services or messaging services. So I think it's really important to acknowledge in these debates that there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer to the question, and that these debates and these issues actually touch on values that we all share as human beings. We all want to be safe and secure online. We all value our privacy and we all value our personal freedom. So the key to these very polarised debates where rights is in good tension is actually having a really good policy process which encourages respectful debates in an open and transparent manner, and also encourages as many people as possible with diverse interests and diverse perspectives to participate in debate in these debates. That's probably a good place to conclude.
Yeah, thank you. That a lot of great opening remarks. Thanks, Jenny. And if I could perhaps pass to Deborah now for some opening remarks.
Thank you. Hear me? Is that, yep, you can hear me. Thank you, Sandra. It's great to be on a panel with Jenny and Kiki. For everyone, my name's Deb Welsh. I'm the Executive Manager of Strategy, Engagement and Research at the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner. For those that don't know us, E-Safety is Australia's online regulator. We were established in 2015 as Children's E-Safety Commissioner with a specific remit around children's online safety. Over the past 9 years, our remit has expanded to cover online safety for all Australians, with the new Online Safety Act coming into force in 2022. The Act is currently being independently reviewed to ensure it's fit for purpose for online harms that we face today. It's due to government this week, so it's fair to say it's a dynamic space that we work in. In terms of your question, Sandra, about balancing the rights, I think there's a number of fundamental and often competing rights at play online, and it's incumbent upon us all to find ways to balance and protect them. For us at eSafety, one vital consideration stands out: the right that we all have to be safe online, which can lead to fulfilment of a range of rights, like our right to participation and our right to freedom of expression. It's fundamentally important we have a voice, both in the real world and online. But it just can't be those with the loudest voices who hold the biggest megaphones who are heard at the expense of others. For example, if a person experiences discrimination on social media through bullying or hateful comments, it may negatively impact their emotional and mental health. This could make their participation in online spaces more challenging, and they may be less likely to participate fully in the longer term. In this case, it's not about their rights safety affected, but it's also about their right to fully exercise their participation online. At eSafety, we've seen when online discourse veers into abuse, hatred, misogyny and violence, it can have a silencing effect on the person or group on the receiving end, which ultimately impinges on their fundamental right to have their voice heard and to exist online free from such abuse. A parallel can be drawn with another fundamental right we all expect and deserve, which is privacy online. But we all need to acknowledge the fact that there are those who choose to misuse measures designed to protect privacy to avoid detection of harm and sexual abuse of children. The sheer volume of sexual exploitation and abuse material now circulating on the internet has reached epidemic proportions, and I think we'd all agree that more needs to be done by government, industry, and at the community level to tackle this. This might include looking at new technologies, a greater deployment of existing technologies that preserve privacy while also protecting the rights of children to live with dignity and free from sexual abuse. I think if this was an easy problem to solve, we would have done it by now. And I don't think for one moment we in Australia have all the answers, but it's an extremely important conversation to be having, and a conversation like these and panel discussions like these that may find lasting solutions. It's critical that safeguards coexist with freedoms, and we strongly believe that alleviating online harms can further bolster human rights online. In the intricate relationship between human rights and online safety, no single right transcends another. The future lies in a proportionate approach to regulation that respects all human rights. This involves government, regulators, businesses, service providers cooperating to protect online harm and to enhance user safety and autonomy, while also allowing freedom of expression to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deborah. Let's go to you, Kiki.
Look, it's is that okay? You can hear me? Thank you, at the back of the room. Look, it's interesting that we have these discussions, and I'm pleased and terrified to be on the panel with Digi and eSafety Commissioner, because I guess, you know, Jenny, you spoke about this contentious thing around safety, freedom of expression and privacy. You spoke about juggling. You've spoken about this balancing. This notion of privacy and safety and security, for me, I don't see them as separate. You know, and I know that when we speak about rights and responsibilities as well, I think it's really important that we just come back a little bit, take a little bit of a step back. And I just wanted to start by encouraging everyone to think about the concepts that we're talking about here. Privacy is always going to be contested. The nature of privacy is very personal. It's where we set our boundary between our personal sphere and public sphere. Totally unrelated, but if you're interested in anthropology and lockpicking, there's some really great stuff around the history of where our society changed from collective to individualist and setting those boundaries. So knowing that privacy is going to be contested, I think it's something that we can move forward a little bit from. Knowing that the freedom of expression, breaking encryption, those type of arguments we've had a lot. Even if we go back to the NetThings online recordings, there's some really great stuff there. Safety and security, both a psychological state, a feeling, am I safe, am I secure, as well as a reality. Am I actually protected from harm? Are the things that I want protected actually protected? Safety and security. So privacy, safety and security, I don't see as separate. If you don't feel safe, if you don't feel secure, you know, in terms of your in terms of that boundary, you know, we just need to understand that this is personal. It is not an online concept. Where we talk about rights and responsibilities, Jenny, I'm really glad that you mentioned the US context. In Australia, it is different. We don't have a National Human Rights Act. It does make it more difficult for individuals to take action, or I don't know, these are questions for my panelists perhaps, whether or not the options to explore experimentally are constrained because, you know, or are they in fact stepping over the line because we don't have the Human Rights Act? You know, that we can, when we say what are rights, what are our rights that we have, a Human Rights Act would define that. We are UN members, the whole GDC, everything that we are doing now, we've been focusing in this internet governance space about the UN. We have the UN Convention for the Rights for the Child. We have the Declaration of Human Rights, of which we are a signatory. That is different from having a National Human Rights Act. So balancing those individual rights and considering those notions of privacy and safety and security personally, I believe individually we should all have agency and the means to decide for ourselves what we consider private and how we maintain those boundaries, and that's offline or online. We should have the right to be informed about the practices of platforms in relation to their online activities, how we engage in it, and what we are willing to do. Collectively, whatever stakeholders we have for this model in internet governance extends beyond that when we're talking about child sexual exploitation and abuse. But we all have a responsibility to keep focused on the best interests of the child. And in the context of making regulation or putting in place initiatives, it is prioritising research that combines both academic integrity in conjunction with victim survivors and their networks of formal and informal supports. It's about learning from the past and recognising that abuse happens in our institutions and people with power. And we can learn from the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse. So what is it that we're addressing here when we talk about child safety? I think that's good to be framed because, you know, you've just raised a lot of things there around, you know, the relational between kids and bullying and their experiences for participation. And participation is so important for us as a democratic nation. I hate the idea that people who have been discriminated against potentially are going to be not participating in those platforms in the future. I know what it feels like, and I didn't grow up with an online platform. So the use of technology on the internet or of the internet or outside of the internet to facilitate sexual abuse of a child, including production and sharing of child sexual abuse material, I think that we need to understand that and acknowledge that the vulnerabilities and risks are not very different offline and online. You've raised a variety of things there, and online child sexual exploitation, with, you know, it's a range of behaviours, it's a range of situations. Locally, we have some incredible work happening. I'm lucky enough that one of my colleagues at the university I work at is involved in a project called Project Paradigm. They have a huge amount of research on their website. I highly recommend going there. Done by Reach Out, IFYS, the university, and others. What we're talking here is grooming, live streaming, the consumption of child sex abuse material, the coercion and blackmailing of children for sexual purposes and financial gain. We see that, you know, locally. Project Paradigm is concerned with Southeast Queensland and sex trafficking that happens there. When I was working over 10 years ago with the Coalition of Community Boards, we were talking about localised sex trafficking in Western Sydney. There are some amazing work that is happening in our region in India, Asia Pacific, which I encourage people to engage with on the auIGF streams. I won't go into those now, but it is consistently talking about how children and parents are not prepared. They are hugely underestimating the negative experiences that their children can find themselves in. They're not prepared to understand the complexity of grooming that happens either through a relational, process or through leveraging opportunities for work to entice people to go to various areas where they're then exploited.
You can see me, can't
I
you?
can see you. I can see you. There is also some fantastic research that I've been engaging with by the Uni of New South Wales, Australian Human Rights Institute, and Project and Jesuit Social Services. I think it was released late last year on identifying and understanding child sexual offending behaviours and attitudes amongst Australian men. We now know there's certain profiles of usage. We know there's certain profiles of behaviours, of family makeup, of job and profiles. And we know men who are engaged in violent sexual online material. It includes bestiality. They're working with children. They're in families. They're active online. They're using encrypted apps. They're likely using cryptocurrency, and they're likely to have been abused as children. That is so it's not everyone, but these are the likelies. But what was really interesting in this research is that they're focused on men who had sexual feelings towards children but had not offended. And I think that's really important when we're talking about our interventions for online safety when it comes to children, that we're not just talking about law enforcement and intelligence as a response to catching offenders. There is a large amount of work that I think we can discuss, and as stakeholders we could agree on that would address preventative measures. You know, the research, and I'll stop there because we'll probably go into some questions where we'll cover that, and otherwise I'll post that research. But there is so many primary, secondary and tertiary interventions that are supported by research, that is done with academics, that is done with victim survivors, that also supports non-offending partners, that supports people in frontline positions where disclosures may happen, because disclosures in itself is really difficult. So I guess going back to the original question of the balancing and the juggling, I'm not sure about this because I can't juggle, and maybe because of these glasses, I don't know, but we need to be working together on this. We all agree this is a principle that we agree on, and I just want to reiterate these concepts, that when we're talking about online safety, we are talking about offline. We are talking about the safety and security of our children through protecting their privacy, through empowering people, and understanding that victimization happens through people that are close to them on the ground. I'll leave with that.
Thank you, Kiki.
Thank you.
I would like to encourage both the audience here in Melbourne and online to get involved. Can I just get an indication from in room if there are any emerging questions? Okay, because I'll kick off with a couple of questions. And online for our online moderator, do we have anything coming through on the Q&A at this stage? No? Okay. Let's unpack a little then around just how complex and subjective these issues are, particularly if they require value judgments to be made. And sometimes our values are aligned and other times they're in tension. but we then make choices, perhaps often prioritising one key value over the other. I'm curious to hear from the panelists about how do we navigate online environments, or how do we navigate these tensions? Do you have insights in the policy work that you've done around navigating these particularly sensitive areas where we're talking about a lot of things that are subjective? Perhaps, Deborah, if I kick off with you and then hand to Jenny.
Yeah, thank you. So you're right, there is value judgments. I think as a regulator, though, we are, I guess, bound by the act that we're given, so the Online Safety Act. So when you think about things such as, we've got a few different regulatory levers. Jenny spoke about the codes and standards. You spoke about transparency being really important. We have a basic online safety expectation, which allows us to have those transparency powers. But the one I'll draw upon is our individual complaint schemes. And this one here, while there is value judgments in general life and in general policy making, this one's bound by our act. So if it reaches the threshold, and it's considered a safety net for Australians, so they are things like child online bullying, adult cyber abuse, image-based abuse, and pro-terror and extremist content. But if it reaches the thresholds of that, we would work with the social media companies. If you haven't reported to them, after you've reported to them, we'd work with them if it hits their terms of service or hits our thresholds for legislation to actually remove that content. So yes, I agree there's value judgments, but I think when it comes to being a regulator, in some ways we're constrained, or not even constrained, but we're confined by the Act and what our thresholds are under that.
Jenny, thoughts?
Yes, and I definitely understand that perspective, having worked for a safety regulator myself. So I worked in the field of aviation on civil aviation regulation, and when you work for a safety regulator, safety is your priority value. It's kind of baked into everything that you do. You still have to make value judgments because you have to interpret your statutory mandate, but you are in a slightly different perspective than, someone who is involved in a policy debate as an advocate or as a member of the public. I just wanted to give an example of how these rights do come into tension, and to give you a sense of why value judgments do need to be made. So from a child's right perspective, you might say it would be a good thing to introduce measures to proactively detect and remove pornography from private communication services that are widely used by people of all ages of the community, including whether they're encrypted. And that might seem like a good thing. Or alternatively, you put in place measures where you require people to verify their age online, and then you just detect and remove that material from the accounts of children. So that could be one way of dealing with this issue. And that might sound great from a child rights perspective. But if I'm a survivor of technology facilitated domestic abuse, my partner has hacked into my messaging or email accounts, or has had me under surveillance by various means within my own home, I might have very legitimate concerns about any measures that would require my account to be scanned and viewed by a technology provider. If I was a sex worker, I also might be concerned that prohibitions on using a platform for the purposes of pornography would force me to work on the streets, and then I would become extremely unsafe. So it really depends, when you're looking at a particular policy issue, it really depends on the context, on what the measure is that's being proposed to deal with a policy problem, and also where you stand. So the example I've just given, I think, shows that different stakeholders will have legitimate differences of opinion about online safety issues. And so for me, the key to arriving at a workable compromise is actually, as I said, to get as many voices in the room as possible to make it very transparent as to what those voices are, ideally to provide opportunities where stakeholders can actually engage in an active dialogue with each other so that they can share those perspectives and people can understand the complexity of the problem. Because once you understand the complexity of a problem, you're kind of halfway to working out what a workable compromise might be. And that is with any complicated policy issue, you need time. You need the time to be able to think about all of the different options, interrogate those solutions, and ultimately, as I said, what you might arrive at will not be a perfect solution, because I don't think there are perfect policy solutions, but it will be ideally a solution that people can live with.
Kiki, any thoughts or?
Yeah, look, I'm just going to take a different, slightly different approach to where we apply our value judgments, and that's where our understanding of the trade-offs and who we are trading things off, because it's really hard to have these discussions when we're talking about child safety. Of course, we want children to be the focus, so it becomes hard to discuss any other cohorts that may be harmed unintentionally. And you've mentioned previously sex workers, and again, there's some really great discussions on the previous Net Things recordings. But that's also our digital rights defenders, and domestically and within our region. But also, when we're talking about our values, I think there's a disconnect with what an offender actually looks like. I think there's a very limited view, and the research I mentioned earlier also talks to that. This notion that family is always a safe space is not always a safe space. There's even, I guess there's value judgments in how we distribute our public resources. And that is really important, that I totally agree. We need to open up this discussion. We need to be able to get more people involved in our democratic processes so that our regulation reflects our community norms or our community will. It does concern me when people say, "Oh, I don't care about we don't have privacy anymore," because that is very problematic. But also, I think there's value judgments in the expectation of the type of education and preventative things that we need. I'm going to float the milkshake consent ad as a slightly tangential example of a government-produced education piece that was totally inappropriate. It was pulled shortly after. If you don't know what that is, please do Google it or YouTube it, whatever you do. But we really need to be considering that whatever our differences in values, the research is showing what people need, and we need to be honest and have direct upfront information available to people, to individual users, to young people, about what they're going to be experiencing, what they need to be watching out for, how to handle new situations, how to understand the long and complex process of grooming and how that occurs. For parents, the research from Project Paradigm is showing they are completely underprepared for the risk that their children are going to be facing. When I talk about distribution of public resources, we talk about what should be detected and removed, very difficult decisions, but there are absolutely things. I would actually just like to be able to report content. So just to clarify, this doesn't all, I'm not talking just on social media platforms where content is shared, messaging, transactional type things, but on Pornhub. Pornhub is a known site for posting revenge porn, for posting abuse material as a gateway to more violent material, and also different avenues to engage with illegal child abuse. But yet super difficult to report.
And content moderation, trust and safety teams need to be appropriately funded to be able to do content reviews quickly, so that those negative effects for some of those other cohorts of people, can also be addressed. So I guess those value judgments probably lesser in kind of the regulatory space that I'm considering, but the overall how we actually and increase our ability to address this problem, and it's a wicked problem that existed before the internet, as we go further into the internet and beyond child abuse. It would be a shame that people are not engaging in those platforms, because they are really great sites of amazing things. So I'll go to that.
Jenny, I wouldn't mind coming back to you and talking a little bit about great process. Again, we sort of touched on it a bit yesterday. You mentioned a couple of things like many voices in the room, making transparent the voices, providing opportunities to engage in active dialogue. And it got me thinking, do any of the panelists have a recent example of where the policy process was really great? And forgive me, I'm not involved in the policy process often these days, but I do recall from the past you would submit a long document in, and you may or may not ever hear back. Has the process changed? Like, are there really good examples of where we do have the voices in the room? And of course, here is one platform, potentially an example, but I'd love to hear from panelists any recent examples of where policy development and the policy process has been really fantastic, because it ticks a number of ingredients for great policy development.
I could maybe start, and you'll have to bear with me, Jenny, because you may have views on this one. But so this is about our age verification roadmap. So and this doesn't necessarily go to the age assurance trial at the moment. I'll touch on that a little bit later. But this is about this was parliamentary committee who asked us, eSafety, to look into kids' access to pornography. And the reason I'm touching on this as what I think is a good process is I think that we had all the voices in the room, such as Jenny was talking. So we had our child advocates, we heard from them, we had the people who the adult workers, and we had everybody in between. We did huge stakeholder consultation. We also did a small trial of technology that was available. What we prepared and provided to government, this was 18 months ago, was a roadmap that was, in my view, it was age considerate. So it evolved what you would want a child, or what you don't want a child that, say, is 4 years old seeing, versus what a child, or maybe not young adult who's 16 to 18 viewing and seeking out, is very different. So we did a huge range of consultation. We did a bunch of research. We did the technology trial, and what we prepared to government was it was a recommendation to do a trial of technology. We didn't want to mandate it in the first instance because we wanted to test it a little bit more. But it was also a range of complementary measures, and they included really big areas in education and a lot in research as well. Of course, you've probably heard more recently, there is a trial. Government eSafety isn't running that, but that was sort of, this was the process that happened 18 months ago.
I might jump in here because I would actually agree that the end result of that process was a really good one. I think that the age verification roadmap is an excellent piece of work. It does highlight some of the complexities around the issue. I think the research that was done in support of the roadmap was also incredibly useful and valuable, and we're finding it very useful as we work through the issues in relation to the next round of online safety codes to protect children from pornography and other harmful content. I probably would have a few tips for eSafety on how you might improve the stakeholder consultation that fed into that, but I'm going to keep those to myself for the moment. I'm going to talk about something that I have learned on the journey of doing codes work, and it's been a key learning for me. When I started doing code development, it was around the contentious issue of dis and misinformation, and now in online safety. And many people said to me, don't get all of the stakeholders in the room in a round table. You know, you need to divide the stakeholders and keep like groups together. And that happens a lot in government consultations. So you put the industry people in one room, you put the child safety advocates in another, you put the academics in another room. So what you get then is people pretty much singing from the same song sheet, and they don't necessarily have an opportunity for dialogue. So what we experimented with when we developed the disinformation code, and we've also did this when we were developing the phase 1 codes, and I hope we may do it for phase 2, but we did take the approach of having roundtables where we put really diverse perspectives in a room. And I was really scared when we did that. And people kept on warning me, you know, it's just going to be a huge fight and you will lose control and, you know, it just won't work out. But actually it worked incredibly well. And from the first one that I did, which was around disinformation, you could see kind of like little light bulbs going off. And people going, well, wait a minute. Yeah, that is actually a valid alternative perspective. And that's why I'm saying that, like, that kind of process, I think it is important because it gives you an empathy for other people's perspective. Then you sort of start to say, well, actually, you know, maybe what's right and wrong here isn't as clear as I thought. And it can help you on the pathway to bringing people along the journey towards the compromise solution.
It reminds me, well, certainly the very notion of the IGF, the multi-stakeholder process and the multi-stakeholder model being the heart of it being to bring diverse perspectives and different segments together. It also, it's a reinforcement, your example there, Jenny, in a completely different industry that I work in, where it is now evidence-based that multidisciplinary, cross-functional teams are much, much, much more effective than a group of people of like-minded views. So I think that's a really terrific example. We have a question from the audience, 2 questions from the audience, which is awesome. Can we please start with, do you mind, Jordan, raising, and then we'll go to Kate. In the room here in Melbourne, we have Jordan Carter from AUDA.
It's the bow over microphone again. Hi, thanks for the very interesting panel. My name is Jordan Carter Auda. I guess it's really a question for the E-Safety Commission, and don't worry, it's not going to be a scary question. What would be the barriers for you in fostering that kind of really open multi-stakeholder dialogue in the work that you do? Or even, are there any such barriers? Or would you say it is the style that the Commission uses at the moment?
I would say a bit of both, a bit of a mix there. So it depends on, I guess, which body of work you're talking about, because when it comes to some of our regulatory schemes with the codes and standards, they're they're industry led. So the things that Jenny's talking about and that kind of model is being led by that area. I think some of the work that I talked about in terms of the age verification roadmap, when we're asked to do things like that from government, I think we do a pretty good job, although Jenny's got some tips for me on stakeholder consultation. We didn't run the same model that Jenny mentioned. I guess I probably had a view similar to the people who were saying this is going to be a dog's breakfast, but it might be a model that would be really useful in future. A lot of what would require stakeholder consultation for us putting aside, I guess, the research and the education arm, which we do consult with, is led by a policy agency, so the Department of Communications. So things like the review of the Online Safety Act, consultation on children's access to social media, all those things are led by that department. So I couldn't comment on that. But certainly when it comes to our research, we do lots of different consultation and go through lots of different ethics processes. And in terms of our education we have lots of different stakeholders that we talk to. We're also starting to do some work with the behavioural economics team in the Prime Minister and Cabinet to really get a sense of what might work from what they do.
Okay, can I just make a follow-up? That sounds, thank you for the answer. I think from our point of view as sort of internet governance practitioners, the difference between consultation, engagement, and what you might call a multi-stakeholder development process seems to be that because it forces people out of their no compromise zones, and it sort of suggests implicitly that if people won't agree to the solution, then there isn't going to be a solution. It can help make sure that the solutions are genuinely workable and genuinely force a trade-off or a balancing approach. So it's not quite the same thing, and it may be a bit of a brain explosion to sort of think about it. But Ada talks a lot about the importance of multi-stakeholder processes, not because it's some kind of totem, but because in the areas that we use them, they just genuinely seem to work better in the long run. So just something for us all to think about in these contentious policy areas, I think.
Yeah, just really quickly on that. Consultation where we're talking about community feedback through some of the specialist groups on ground, through civil society groups, may look different from our view. Just because we have participated doesn't mean necessarily that we've had the time or resources to participate meaningfully and on an ongoing basis. I am concerned about some of the outcomes, and I think that we also, through this, need to continue to be mindful of our overarching system of government and the disparity of those, the different areas of responsibility to make sure we're getting the mix right, and we're not just concentrating kind of power on that just through various areas of focus, and that largely the people who are working on the ground, that is their priority. The platforms may want safety, but it's not their priority. Governments also have various mandates, and we've discussed this previously in IGFs, and there's so much on it, just go back to that. But meaningful engagement for meaningful outcomes needs to change. I don't believe that it is as successful as it could be. And again, I'll go back to resourcing and where we distribute those resources.
Thank you, Kiki. Question from the audience. We have two, so we'll go to Kate first. If you could just let us know who you are and where you're from. Thanks very much, Kate.
Yeah, Kate Bauer. I'm a consumer advocate and digital rights advocate. I think Kiki's partially pre-answered where my questions are going, but I will ask it anyway to get the views of the panel. I certainly agree that things like child sexual abuse have been around for a very long time, and the internet did not invent it. But I think we can probably all agree that there is a certain amount of scale that digital platforms in particular facilitate, that means that the harms go wider and broader and happen much faster and are much more difficult to combat because of the onlineness of that type of harm. So my question really is about platform accountability, and particularly when we were talking about values alignment, and I think this is where Kiki has kind of preemptively answered it. When we're talking about digital platforms, and I'll include in this not strictly social media, but also platforms like Pornhub and other online forums, even though they may have their own company values, they're essentially profit-driven. So like, where is the limit of what our values alignment might be as a community and as a society? Is there a disincentive really for these profit-driven platforms to actually be truly accountable and actually motivated to make good, I guess, judgments? The question is, have we reached the limits of industry-led codes in dealing with this issue? And what might it look like to instead have community-led codes, or that true multi-stakeholder where all of the voices at the table are equal? That's my question for the panel.
Okay, I'll just refer you to the $1 Safe Rides initiative by Uber that really provided no additional safety but netted them a huge amount of money. I'll just go with that. Over, over to the other panelists, I think.
Sure, I'll go next. So I think what it comes back to for e-safety is, and I would agree that their trust and safety teams are never, in our view, big enough. They don't prioritise trust and safety. But one of the biggest initiatives that e-safety has done is a thing called safety by design. It's not part of our regulatory schemes. I'll let Jenny touch on the codes because that sort of goes to some of your question there. But it's safety by design. So really building in those safety features from the beginning. And we do a range of work. We've done one just recently on bespoke product on tech-facilitated gender-based violence with safety by design. We've done one also on gaming, and then we'll be doing some others as generative AI, I think is the next one coming down the pipeline, looking at those different things. So yeah, we kind of agree that they don't have big enough teams, but building in those safety features from the start would really alleviate some of those problems.
Jenny, would you like
So I'll just say a couple of things. I don't think that platforms, commercial interests are necessarily inconsistent with safety. There are many industries, and I would say this industry is no different, where in fact providing a safe experience to their users is fundamentally part of doing business. It's not you can't have a successful business unless you can provide a safe environment for people. So I don't, in the same way, that's true of aviation, that's true of the nuclear power industry. There are many industries where, mining industry, where it's imperative to have both of those things top of mind. In relation to codes, as an industry, we don't have a view. So I think we are often misrepresented as advocating for self-regulation or co-regulation or a particular way of coming up with good legislative solutions. We're agnostic as to what is the best approach. One of the advantages of codes is obviously that you do get the technical experience of industry brought to bear on these thorny problems, but it's not the only way of going about it. Whatever the approach is, and this goes to what Jordan was saying, whatever the approach is, I think the elements of a good process are very much the same. And a multi-stakeholder approach, one that brings diverse voices into the room, where people really feel that they have the opportunity to not only express their views, but they are listened to, and that those views are given due consideration is really important in getting the best possible outcomes.
Thank you, Jenny. I'm sorry, Kiki, I'm just conscious of time. I hate running over time, certainly when there's just food between us and wrapping up. But I would, because I promised the third question from the audience. So we might do the last question and we'll try and keep it tight, and I'll get you out of here in just a few minutes. So, Gunilla.
Thank you very much. Gunilla Astbrink, Internet Society Accessibility Standing Group. And following on from the discussion about the multi-stakeholder process, I'm interested in, from the point of view of women with disabilities. Women with Disabilities Australia have done previous research talking about abuse of women with disabilities, and it's on a large scale. And that could very well be reflected on the online area as well. So I'm wondering, from the e-safety commissioner, has there been discussion about women with disability, also people with intellectual disability, in regard to harm online? And so that's one question. The second question is in regard to that technology platform you mentioned. Has that been designed with accessibility for persons with disability in mind, so that they can gain benefit from those resources? Thank you.
Sorry, I just have to get clarification on that second question. Did you mean the tech facilitated gender-based violence?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. So that's actually a resource. That's not actually a platform. So this is Safety by Design. It's a resource that we provide accessibly on our internet so that platforms, and we do a bunch of engagement as well, so platforms can understand the safety features they could build into their platforms to prevent tech-facilitated gender-based violence. In terms of your first part of your question with women with disability, so yes, I have a whole research team in my branch. We will be doing some more research on disability later this year, well, probably next year now, but it is coming down the pipeline. I would say we are very well aware that whether it's disability or marginalised groups in whatever form, they are disproportionately affected online. There is a bunch of resources that we have in our education space. I'd have to check whether it actually goes to women with disability. It does. I'm getting nods in the audience. It goes to women with disability that I'm happy to share with you afterwards as well if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deborah, and thank you, Gunilla. One quick whip around, putting Jenny on the spot. You've done such a great job online. I'll kick off with you. There's just one thing from each of you. You've got less than 30 seconds. Share it. Share your piece of gold that you would like the audience to take away with. Jenny, let's kick off with you.
Okay, well, what I would love to see is government be willing to experiment a little bit with the policy processes that it adopts, and I'd love to see an experiment in the online safety field where, you know, the regulator brings together diverse stakeholders in a roundtable environment to discuss some of these thorny policy issues.
Kiki, put you on the spot.
All right.
Go.
All right. Okay. 30 seconds. No, that's okay. So I think
one thing
we need to have these conversations more. We need to encourage more people to be engaged in this, because that is how our government works. It should reflect our community expectations. And so please, I will put this, I don't know how we put this stuff to the group, if it's online or something, through the website, but the project paradigm, the identifying and understanding the child sex offending behaviours and attitudes amongst Australian men. That research have very solid recommendations that platforms can take now, including canonical kind of redirects to support services for people who are wanting help, because they have the they have the thoughts, but they haven't offended. And we can do that absolutely now. Self-regulation does not work.
Calling you.
Does not work. And platforms have been consistent in not prioritising safety.
Thank you, Kiki. And let's finish with Deborah.
I'll make two very quick points. Privacy, safety and security, three-legged stool. If one breaks, then we all fall over. And the second thing is safety by design. So building in those safety features from the start is absolutely paramount to the success of having a safer internet.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Kiki, thank you. Deborah, Jenny, for joining online again and contributing to the conversation. The folks here in the room, thanks again for your participation online. We break now for an hour, and thanks very much. See you back at 1:30.
For that, it always felt good. What love, yes. It always felt good. What love,
No, one of our clinic in Perth, that's our countdown. That's been going on in the place. Where's your
330 Collins.
I think I know exactly where you are.
Thanks, Jane.
That's okay.
I'll give everybody a minute to take their seats so we can kick off our session. Oh, it's gonna it's transcribing. Yeah, yeah. So on the record. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Got a few more people joining us. Please take your seats. I'm pleased to welcome you to this afternoon's session on supporting security by design through the internet environment. My name is Zoe Hawkins from the Tech Policy Design Centre, and I'm really pleased to be moderating this session. Before we kick off and before I introduce our wonderful panel, a few housekeeping remarks. So just to remind everybody that we are conducting the auIGF with a very friendly code of conduct. So please adhere to the code, and we do reserve the right to have unfriendly participation removed as required. But I'm sure that won't be necessary in this scenario. We've got lots of friendly faces in the room and online. And speaking of the hybrid nature of this event, really keen to make sure that everybody online feels included and able to participate. But in doing so, please do log into Zoom using your first name, last name, and organisation affiliation as well. And when we go to questions, which I'm hoping we'll have lots of time and engagement to do, please do introduce yourself by name and affiliation before we kick off the conversation. And so with that, I'm pleased to introduce the members of our panel. And I'm going to start with online. So we have Michael Warmansberger from Trust Town Limited, who's dialing in from New Zealand. So thanks, Michael, for joining us. We also have Jordan Newnham from CyberCX and Anne Louise Brown from the Cybersecurity CRC. So excellent panel today for our conversation on security by design. And I thought to kick off this conversation, it'd be great to, I suppose, give us all a single a level set on the conversation, because I think security by design can mean a lot of different things to different people depending on which perspective they're coming from. So what I'm going to do is throw to each of our panelists to share a little bit of an opening remarks, maybe a few minutes, to tell us what what that concept of security by design means to each of you from the unique perspective you're coming from, and feel free to share a bit more color about that perspective and background that you bring to the conversation, but also maybe to talk a little bit about what it isn't, because I think sometimes defining something is sometimes easier to do in the counterfactual. So feel free to throw in some myth busting as to where you think the security by design conversation can get a little broad. So with that, I'm going to throw actually to Michael, who's online first. So Michael, do you want to yes, give us your opening remarks on security by design? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Look, my perspective is currently I'm a cybersecurity consultant and I work with small clients and large clients in New Zealand mostly, helping them to improve their cybersecurity. But I guess how I got to that place was by being, first of all, a security consultant and enterprise architect for large organizations, and then a chief security officer. So when I think about security by design, it takes me right back to when I was an architect working for a financial services organization. And security by design was one of a handful of principles that we really used as our tool set, as our stock and trade. And I think that what that means to me really is that it just reflects the observation that if you try and address security early in the life cycle of a product or a business process, the cost of doing so will be dramatically cheaper and the outcomes will be much better than if you try and bolt it on at the end. And as a consultant, I've seen lots of attempts to bolt security on at the end rather than bake it in from the start. And they are usually, they're not particularly successful and they're not particularly elegant. One of the challenges with that is that you're not always there at the design of the thing. So we didn't really get to be part of the design conversation for the fundamentals of the internet. So sometimes security by design has to be about thinking how you work with what you've got and achieve secure outcomes when you can't change the fundamental underlying architecture. And I think there are some good techniques for doing that. So we can wrap security around things in elegant ways if we think about that at the design time.
Thanks, Michael, giving us a lot to start with there. And maybe, Anne-Louise, do you want to pick that up and feel free to respond to anything that Michael said?
Sure. And I agree with everything Michael said. It was I guess, a great summation of what security by design is. I guess in a way I'd almost go, at least the way we are looking at it now, as opposed to we were, even 2 years ago, is actually, before something is even built, before it is created, that security is part of that thinking, and it's embedded from the moment that kernel of an idea actually comes into being. And obviously when we're talking about, digital products or digital, devices, it becomes, it is a really interesting kind of nexus with the internet, which obviously was never designed with security in mind. And we're playing a lot of catch up there at the moment. I think that the other thing that is really evolving in relation to the thinking around security by design is actually, it's not just about the device anymore. It's about the people who are using it and how it's used. Even right back to, where the components that make up that device are produced. So it is, it is broad, but always, at the fundamental level, it's about before something, is created, we're thinking about security, and we're actually thinking about every element and component that makes that thing up and that will support it through its life cycle.
Thanks, Anne-Louise. And Jordan, what do you think?
Well, no one else has done it, so I'm going to steal the really sort of hackneyed analogy around this where it comes to building a house.
Okay.
So without security by design, you're going to end up with a house that has no locks on any of the doors and windows. And the materials that have been used have been, cheap to use to get the house built really quickly, to get, people buying it or renting it. But those tenants or owners, occupiers soon find lots of issues around the materials that have been used, how flimsy they are, the windows fall out, the door doesn't even have a lock on it, but also, or just sticks and won't open. So it's, to just play that analogy out, security by design means, again, not just a bolt on by, building a door that also includes a handle with a lock, but it's actually the materials that have gone into it. That's going to be a secure front door. No one's going to be able to sort of kick it open, or the wind's not going to blow it open. And I'll leave the tortured analogy there. But I just want to rewind a bit, because for my sins, I used to be an advisor for the E-Safety Commissioner. And that's Julian and Grant.
Which we realise is where we originally met.
Yeah, we really, yeah. So good to see you again, all these years later. But she's been banging the drum on safety by design for basically her whole tenure, and she's been in the job for about 8 years now. I think I saw her recently and sort of said, you're doing such a great job with all this safety by design. Like, it's now being talked about in the highest levels like OECD and, other international forums are now kind of getting a hold of this idea that safety measures need to be baked into products and services and software and so on from the outset. But she said, yeah, it's only taken me 8 years to become an overnight success. And I think that speaks to the fact that, as Michael was saying, like, this is not a new conversation, but it feels like finally it's starting to get some traction. And we've seen, 9 different countries get together, including all of the Five Eyes last year, and publish sort of a benchmark white paper published by CISA in the US around, these are the things that we think are really going to move the needle to get security by design from an aspiration and a philosophy to practical outcomes for end users and companies and anyone who doesn't want to have to deal with security as a bolt-on, but has some putting some of that pressure back on the designers and manufacturers and creators of the technology we all rely on, that it's not going to have inherent vulnerabilities to be exploited, or doors left without locks on and that the wind can blow open. Yeah, I could go on, and I think we will anyway.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good discussion.
I think that's great. And I think also your point about, this as a conversation, whether it's safety by design, security by design, and how that narrative has sort of got more traction over the last few years. And that at least, I suppose, opens the door for us to be having some of these conversations, which is always a positive thing. But I suppose talking about this in practical terms and really getting this rolling out on the ground where it counts. I mean, Michael, maybe you could reflect a little bit. You spoke about the need for that sort of engagement earlier on in these processes with a lot of the firms that you represent. Presumably that actually requires an understanding at an organizational leadership level that is an important part of the design flow. It's like Anne-Louise was saying. Have any reflections as to how, if and how that's changing over time with people that you work with, or how you have seen that changed well? Because I suppose that is sort of a leadership culture question as much as anything, to really bake in that doing the baking rather than the bolting.
Well, first of all, it's a fantastic observation. And when I'm talking to organizations and managers about security, one of the first conversations I try and have with them is a conversation about understanding their business and their business value and where their risk lies, which is also where their value lies. Because often when you take a technical perspective, you could be forgiven for thinking that risk arises because of the technology. And it's not the case that risk arises because of the technology. It wasn't computers that created risk. It was the fact that someone decided to use them for something important. If there's nothing important that your business does, you've probably got bigger problems to worry about. But if your business does something that's valuable to your customers and you use computers in your business, then you've definitely got an element of business risk. And one of the other challenges with applying cybersecurity to an organization is that there's just a never-ending list of things to do. It's virtually impossible to do all those things, and it's certainly not possible to do them all at once. And we get lots and lots of guidance from talking heads like me and standards bodies that tell us about all the things that we should do. But understanding how you prioritize those things and where you start is really challenging. And the only way you can sensibly do that is to think about, in the business context, where is the value, where is the risk? So when I think about designing for security at a management level, at a consulting level, and a leadership and management level, we really have to think about what are those things in our business that are really valuable to us or to someone else, and what are the bad things that we can never let happen, and focus our security controls on those things first, and then do all the other stuff.
Oh, I think that's a great point. And it's exactly in the question of how to prioritize understanding what your value is and how to prioritize that is a super helpful framing. And I think it really goes to a narrative that we've been hearing in Australia a lot around, cybersecurity and security by design is partly to an attempt to preserve the economic value that we're seeing lost a lot through cybercrime and issues like this, ransomware, etc. And I know that that's been a lot of the driving force behind the new cybersecurity bill that's been introduced into Parliament. And I was wondering, Jordan, would you mind reflecting a little bit from the perspective of CyberCX, or yourself personally, as to, I guess, key things you like to call out that you think is interesting about that proposal and what it means for security by design?
Yep, absolutely. I think I'll begin by just riffing off something Michael was saying, where effectively, when it comes to cybersecurity, largely you're mitigating the old. So you're dealing with big companies that have large legacy systems, some of which were never designed to be connected to the internet in the first place, and companies that are racing to continue on a acceleration to digitization to take advantage of the way we all prefer to consume goods and services. But in that race, they are potentially willing to invest or prioritize their limited resources in new bits of kit, new like apps and things that are going to potentially generate new sales, new users, and so on, which becomes a bolt-on of its. Or, they're building this tech debt stack where the legacy that's underpinning it all. I mean, you've got banks and telcos and other bits of large critical infrastructure that have core systems that perform their core functions that are 30 or 40 years old. Those are way past the life cycle that they were designed for. So you then have to invest in security teams or people like CyberCX to come in and help you mitigate that environment and to build a stronger perimeter around potentially a more weaker internal environment. And all of that speaks to the fact that that's a losing game. And to Michael's point, like, it's the defender's dilemma. You can do 1,000 things right on some checklist that someone invents, but the attacker will find the 1,001st thing and make you look like you were an idiot. So the only way to overcome that is systemic change and a step change. And that's what security by design is all about. It's about, sure, we're never going to be able to convince everyone to go back and replace all that 30 or 40-year-old technology overnight. But how do we start to put in place some different thinking and steps, whether it comes to, the way large businesses and government do procurement, how are they kind of thinking through, are they thinking about security by design, which could be a market signal to the manufacturers and designers of all the software. That's the market side. But in terms of the government side, to finally get to answering your question, the government has seen this, and I think, so I mentioned the CISA report, which came out a year ago. Some of the criticism that I've noticed in industry or in response to that white paper has been that it is too aspirational, and it's sort of like government setting the bar too high and expecting too much, when in reality, if the market's failing, that is clearly the job of government to step in and figure out, like, how do we, redesign the four corners of the market so that it works better for outcomes for consumers. And I think we're seeing that play out in things like the Cybersecurity Act, and particularly the part around Internet of Things and connected devices. It's frankly small fry, and I'll explain why. Because it's starting at the shallow end of the pool, and it has to. I think not all change is going to be revolutionary in this space. It has to be sustainable and incremental, and be able to have some successes and bed down some processes, and again, those incentives with the market, or those whether it's a stick or a carrot to get the market corrected. But starting with the smart devices that we increasingly have in our homes. I think the average Australian, by the last survey, had 24 connected devices in their home. That's projected to be something like 48 by the year 2030, which is only, or 2032, which is then a couple of years away. So almost every device, toothbrushes are now connected to the internet. Like, it's getting slightly ridiculous. Even like washing machines. I don't know why I need an app to remind me that my cycle has finished when I'm at work, and it'll be ready when I get home. But there it is. And it's sort of innocuous on the one hand, because, there's no known massive cyber attack that's been perpetuated by a washing machine that's been hacked. However, we do see, and I think there's a really interesting case just recently, like I think last month in September, where the NSA outed a massive, attributed to a Chinese nation state actor, massive bot network that was weaponizing all these connected devices we have in our home, because we might think they're just monitoring our washing, or it's just a smart TV or a smart fridge, but there is a compute power within there, and it might be minuscule, but in part of a botnet of like thousands or millions of devices that can be hacked and coordinated. You can orchestrate DDoS attacks. You can, do all sorts of things that we don't realize are happening in these kind of zombified digital devices. So the cyber legislation that's been introduced in Australia and is currently before the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security has a part specifically aiming at, improving the security by design or by default on internet connected devices. And, that's starting as simple as if you're going to sell a baby cam or a smart fridge or whatever in Australia that's connected to the internet, it shouldn't have password as the default password.
Does this include EVs as well?
Sorry, this is
okay. Well, actually, let's get that in a second because I feel like,
yeah.
And I'm going to say, it's a perfect moment to acknowledge Dr. Ryan Payne, who's also online. And apologies, I wasn't aware we have an extra panelist joining us today. Yeah, bonus panelist, never enough panelists. Dr. Payne, apologies for the oversight. Love your background, and this seems like an awesome moment for you to jump in and say, tell us, do you think toothbrushes should be connected to the internet?
Well, at first I thought because ANU and University of Canberra, maybe I was being excluded, just because I was at the other university. But yeah, and also I apologize. I actually got stuck. I was in Paris yesterday, and I was worried about making back on time. So I understand a little bit of confusion there. Yeah, I think also when you stop and think about what kind of security are we trying to talk about, we think about the core principles. Is it establishing a system? Are we trying to make it, compromisation or corruption difficult? Or are we trying to make the compromising and this corruption easier to detect? And I think one of the things we're starting to see now is cybersecurity budgets are ballooning, and the capacity of smaller organizations to keep up with what's required is actually keeping them out of such a thing. So, a toothpaste manufacturer like Colgate or Procter & Gamble might be able to have a cybersecurity, but the local tech entrepreneur in Canberra or anywhere across Australia, there's no way they're going to be able to have the infrastructure to be able to do such a thing. So I'm kind of curious if we're actually going to start seeing maybe principles or some sort of social responsibility by the government to actually provide code to allow for security. So here's basic code security that you can download and put into your businesses.
Oh, that's a really interesting question. And I think maybe I'll throw to Anne-Louise to comment on this because, Ryan, what you're raising is essentially, should we accept it as a basic cost of doing business if you're going to create an internet connected device or a normal average device, but you're adding that connectivity? Is it essential really that if you're going to do that, you have to take on the business cost of that minimum security? So Anne-Louise, what do you think about that?
Yeah, look, and it's such a nuanced issue because and we've seen it, I guess, play out a lot through the security of critical infrastructure legislation, where a lot of private industry are essentially like, okay, you want us to reach these particular cybersecurity standards, but you're not going to help us. And more to the point, I think, in terms of what's happening, in terms of reflections from industry as well, has been, well, hang on. The Auditor General's report in relation to government cybersecurity haven't been particularly shining. So if you expect us to do this, then surely there must be an expectation on you to be doing this as well. And I think that's obviously reflected in the cybersecurity strategy that was released in November last year, where there is this discussion around government's going to do better in terms of what that actually looks like in practice. I'm not sure at the moment where that sits. And I do believe there are best intentions there, but government's such a large siloed beast that actually affecting that change is going to be, interesting. I guess in terms, though, of small businesses, which is, that they're the real soft underbelly of the economy, and they don't have the time and resources, there has to be some sort of incentivization for this to occur. And I've had these discussions with government myself where it's actually like, well, is there a way that you could actually promote, for example, the instant asset write-off scheme, and promote it as something that you could, that you can use that to actually upgrade your cyber security. So it's not just about buying utes and new tools, so that if you want that cyber security boost for your business, and it can be used for those purposes, it's just not well communicated. So actually communicating that a lot more clearly for small business so that they go, okay, there is an incentive for me to do this. I can write it off on tax. And as part of that too, public-private partnerships play a large role. And I think that especially in relation to the telcos, there's a really key role that the telcos can play in this as well, in terms of, providing particular services or cybersecurity uplift to organizations in return for their for being customers of that telco. And that can be really basic stuff. That can be MFA. I know Amazon in the US has got a really great scheme where they give MFA programs to small businesses that use Amazon services. So there's a way to do it. It's just really, and I think definitely in the last panel, it was a big discussion around actually getting a whole lot of different stakeholders at the table, not getting different stakeholders, having different conversations, bringing them together and going, okay, what can we actually achieve? How can we work together in a way that's going to actually create public good and savings in the long run to make this happen?
Yeah, and Jordan, you looked like you had a reaction to that.
I did, and just wanted to rewind on Anne Louise really tellingly kind of bring the voice of government or the role of government into the conversation, because that's quite vexed in this space, I think, because I just outlined previously what I think government's role should be in terms of where there's market failures, intervening and trying to create sort of regulatory standards or compliance or incentives. But it's a really vexed thing because, and I'm keen to hear from the other panelists what their views are, particularly in other jurisdictions, not just Australia. The Internet of Things, or IoT, smart device component of the Cybersecurity Act that's been put to Parliament does start at, as I said, the shallow end of the pool and kind of consumer devices, because frankly, those are easier to kind of audit. They've got basic firmware. It's not going to be difficult for any kind of regulatory body, whether it's Home Affairs or some other body, to sort of be able to, check whether or not they're meeting a standard. But this could take us down the EV rabbit hole if you like. But there's a broader conversation about that. That's fine for now, and there's good reason to be doing that. If you're going to build on that, and we're going to achieve some nirvana of security by design in the fullness of time, do you think government has sophisticated enough capability to understand the millions of lines of code in the software being developed by the likes of Microsoft or Google? Or how are they ever going, apart from, there's lots of models that have been proposed. That's the basic rub or provocation in terms of what's the biggest barrier to security by design being achieved?
That's interesting. So the question of government capacity and capability to actually interrogate some of these standards and actually make sure they're being implemented. That feels like a great question to throw to Michael. Michael, across the ditch, how does that question look for you? I mean, that difference between maturity on the industry side of conversation, but actually how well-placed government can be to be part of that security by design process.
Yeah, there's a couple of parts to that. It's a great question. I'd perhaps draw the first distinction I would draw is a difference between things that are products. So as Jordan said, those things that are fundamentally consumer IoT devices, whether it's your home router or your washing machine, those are manufactured goods. And if you compare them to other elements of quality, and I think you can think about security as being an element of quality in manufactured goods, then there are already expectations and standards and regulations around quality. We don't let manufacturers produce cars without seatbelts and brakes anymore. So we've solved this problem before in other domains, and even where it's very technical. I think we are right to be skeptical about the capacity and capability of governments to understand the immense complexity that can arise in technology products. And so a prescriptive approach from government is one that I would be quite skeptical about, but I think we can have, certainly with respect to products, performance-based expectations. I think we also have to understand that a lot of these products and technologies develop internationally, so it's very difficult for a single government to prescribe how cybersecurity should be done and expect that to work. I think we've even seen that in some of the challenges in New Zealand around government procurement requirements. You might have a government saying that certain elements of cybersecurity should be done in a particular way, but when you're trying to buy a global cloud service from a vendor that's not really even heard of New Zealand, trying to say that we have a government standard that you must adhere to is quite a challenging thing to do. And so again, I'd draw that distinction between products and enterprise security. It's very difficult to apply a single standard to something as complex as a company the way that you might do to a product, because companies are very different. We're very good at standardizing requirements in cybersecurity. It's much harder for us to standardize solutions to security because each organization is so different. So then I think if you look at that comparison, much easier to standardize a solution and some expectations around a product like an IoT device. It's much harder to say that for a bunch of organizations that operate in very different industries, that their approach to cybersecurity should be the same.
I think that's an excellent distinction that we should really take away from today, is that security by design is a different question when talking about products versus talking about enterprises. And I think we can dig into that a little bit more. But Ryan, I'd love to hear from you, your reflections on some of this conversation, but also partly that question of capability and I guess the skills and knowledge question that we were just speaking about on the government side. That's actually not where that conversation ends, because particularly if we're picking up on the product security question, consumers are involved. So I'd love to get the panel talking a little bit about, we can work as hard as we like between government and industry to set the technical standards and security there, but it still goes out into the wild, and what happens then? So Ryan, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what, and I think maybe just kind of adding a little bit on that, what I sort of, when I brought that up, and I'm really glad that Anne Louise took it on, and then Jordan had really good insights, and Michael, I actually started thinking about quantum computing and what that's going to change in terms of cybersecurity going forward. I think a lot of things we're seeing now, we talk about this prescriptive idea, but if the government doesn't sort of actually do something before quantum takes over, all these legislations are going to be sort of like what social media was. You know, it's been around for 20 years, and we're still trying to figure out how to legislate it. And I started thinking about at the Australia Internet Governance Forum, the actual infrastructure of the internet itself. And what we're seeing is everybody putting on these security packets of data and tacking it onto everything. And that's actually clogging up the actual infrastructure of the internet itself. I'm just trying to see that the actual infrastructure of the internet, when we get into this IP4 versus IP6 infrastructure setup, that a lot of these IP addresses are taken up by security protocols. And so I think in terms of going to the government perspective, actually looking at how we actually legislate sort of like a diet code or some sort of idea of actually restricting the amount of code that's going through in the name of security or safety. And that maybe is something that Australia can legislate to help not only industry, but also to the retail component. But getting to what you're talking about in terms of the retail customer, you know, I think that it's kind of one of those conversations that we have to sort of stop and question if that's where we should have our thing, because we always seem to put security on the individual and sort of require that you understand the terms and conditions of what you're doing. But I think it's very obvious nowadays, if you don't accept the terms and conditions to operate in society, is actually really exclusive, and you can't actually participate a lot of the time. By my accent, you can tell I'm Canadian. And, you know, if I don't have a cell phone, I can't access MyGov. But if I don't have a cell phone, you know, then I have to sign up with Telstra, which means I have to give up all my personal data. So, you know, you have to give your passport to access MyGov, but you have to give your passport to 5 or 6 different places. And now you have Optus having security infrastructure issues, Medibank, universities being attacked. Going through university, I kind of start joking, you know, attack number 6, attack number 7, you know, which one's going to get you? I sort of think that we have to actually maybe take the conversation not only to the consumer products, but also what expectations we have on the consumer to understand and how much we protect them from things they may not understand.
I think that's a really great question. So to the panelists in the room, would you like to reflect on how much is reasonable to expect of consumers' shared responsibility, or should it be higher up the food chain?
I think that it depends on which consumers you're speaking about. You know, generally when we're talking about young people, we do expect them to have possibly a higher understanding, at least of the way technology works, not necessarily security. And with you know, older members of the community, they will not have that same understanding of how these things work and why they work. But on the flip side, when we actually look at the statistics, young people are much more likely to be victimized through cyber attacks. They're the single biggest, and that if anyone's sort of interested in that, the Australian Institute of Criminology's Cybercrime in Australia report 2023 is a fantastic resource, and I was really personally quite shocked when I read that, because we have these assumptions.
Right. I think there's strong narratives around it being much more older Australians being the key target for
and they're more vulnerable to particular things, but the main risk vector for younger people being online is the time they spend online. It's about time, and it's about the different sort of platforms that they're using. Gaming is a really big one where victimization can kind of occur or take root. But I think that as well, maybe it's about changing some of those perceptions that we have in our mind about who is a cybercrime victim and why they're a victim.
Yeah, and
for me, this is where the conversation starts to overlap with safety by design, because I think especially when it comes to young people, there's a distinction between a product or a service or a piece of software being subject to a cyber attack through, exploiting a vulnerability or something in order for a threat actor to get into an environment, whether to collect data or to detonate ransomware or, perpetuate some sort of strategic outcome, versus, the cyber crimes that occur, and predominantly with young people, because they're more likely to indulge in risk-taking behavior as well as spend way more time online compared to other cohorts. But that I think that's what it comes down to, is risk. And riffing off what the original sort of provocation was from Dr. Payne, I think there is a responsibility for all users of any product to kind of understand on some level how to use it safely. There's a difference between knowing, like most people should, what the safety features are of your car, wearing your seatbelt and so on. If you're driving drunk and you have an accident and you're not wearing your seatbelt and you're really badly injured, that's not really the manufacturer's fault, I would argue. However, if you're doing all the right things because you're aware of all the safety features and you're using them, and you're still subject to a negative outcome on that, using that product or service, then I think the sort of burden of responsibility shifts back to the manufacturer or the provider, either because they didn't outline what those safety features were properly in the first place. So yes, education clearly plays a role, but I'm a bit jaundiced about the sort of education and consumer empowerment side of the argument, because I've kind of been, like a lot of people here, been hearing it for like a decade or longer now from industry lobby groups and all other sort of interested bodies who, sure, all these platforms, particularly if you want to talk about social media, there's all sorts of resources and settings and things available to users. How many of them are secure by default? I'd argue not enough.
It really is getting into that point about the by design, the early in the process, that sort of upstream consideration of these things and not leaving it to that last minute. I mean, I think the other thing, we've been talking about security by design, but in all of these comments we've been talking about, okay, well, if and when something goes wrong, who's liable, who's at fault? I think that really asks the question, if we're expecting that things are going to go wrong, is security actually what we should be striving for? Where's resilience in this conversation? And like, how do we reframe how we're thinking about these issues to account for the fact that things will go wrong and we need to be ready for that. I'd love to throw to my online panelists. Would either of you like to jump in on resilience as a potential framing for this conversation? Thoughts and feelings?
Sure, I'll take that one. I think it's a useful frame. I think both safety, quality, resilience, these frames are all useful ways to think about what really are the outcomes of security. I think, just sort of riffing on the earlier point, we expect way too much of users. I mean, it is possible to take a product that is safe and secure and misuse it in a way that is dangerous or undermines the intent of the product. But I think we let suppliers off the hook far too easily. There is a lot more that can be done to fundamentally build quality, resilience, safety. All these things are really about meeting the intended purpose of the product or service or IT system. And it's unusual, even in enterprise IT and software. It's one of the few domains that I can think of where we really accept that it's on the end user or the consumer of a product to apply security, to apply resilience, to apply quality to it, and to make up for what are fundamentally limitations in the ability of the producer to produce a reliable, secure, safe, resilient product.
What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, great insights. And I kind of, building off of what Jordan was talking about, I think we sort of have to figure out where we are in sort of what we're trying to accomplish. I mean, we can try and build up the resilience of people downstream and say, okay, identify, protect, respond, and recover, I think is the 5 pillars of cyber resilience. And we can try and build those up through education and through consumer awareness acts and those kind of ideas. But we sort of have that's a downstream approach. And what sort of upstream, what kind of by design, what kind of legislation do we have governing to make sure that those things are in place? I laugh, we were talking about toothbrushes. My fun example is, if my fridge knows that I'm having a bad day, or I was left off a panel and it says you need some ice cream, if is it my fault when I end up morbidly obese because I love Ben and Jerry's, or is it my fridge
No,
who's
it's
responsible?
my fault.
Right? You know, or is it my fridge because it knows when to recognize my emotions and when to push me to buy a product, right? Because no longer in the past do we have these Internet of Things, thinking about the consumer and actually starting to pull multiple different data forms together to create awareness of what your mechanisms are. You know, vacuum cleaners in the past, yes, they could suck up Lego and, you know, prevent your feet from being destroyed, but we never had a vacuum cleaner start thinking about when to work and when to break down to make you spend more money to repair it. And to use your car and use your voice recognition and all these other aspects of data being gathered together to form sort of an AdSense profile on you as a person, to then target you going forward. My background is in online profiling through fashion, and people always used to laugh, but then we saw Cambridge Analytica I helped design software to profile voting preferences based on how you shop. And we don't think about that, but these unintended consequences can actually have a really big impact going forward. And so I started thinking about what's the level of consent that we expect out of a person, and sort of what kind of tracking awareness legislation do we need to have the vacuum that now creates a floor plan of your layout, you know, and shows a video of what's going on inside of your house. Does the Roomba have to tell me that? Or am I supposed to expect to read it inside a manual and hope that, you know, on page 35 or, you know, 126 that I caught that little sentence saying, you know, this is video recording you at all times? Like, where do we sort of govern those things?
I think that's Rainer, thank you, because I think what you've helped us do is zoom out a little bit away from this sort of more technical concept of security and view it in a broader framework of consumer harm. And obviously all these different things between privacy, resilience, but also we talk about safety as well, and profiling are all interconnected. Would either of you like to comment on?
Oh, definitely interconnected. And certainly, I think, and we saw this through major data breaches, or they're not so recent now, but when something affects individuals, people, that's when they care about it. Until that point in time, they couldn't really care less about their data being out there in the wild, and, you know, will very happily give their data away to many organizations. So I think that that's always something, you know, we are ultimately selfish creatures, and until the thing touches us, we don't care. So obviously off the back of those breaches, we did see a huge political reaction to that. So it really does take those kinds of watershed moments for those reactions to occur, and for, I guess, a policy that, you know, in security design, you know, something that we've been talking about for years, as you said before. So, but you know, in relation to Privacy Act reform, you know, that started back in 2018. Yeah. And so we're now only seeing the first tranche of that reform legislation. So what it takes is something big to happen in the world for these shifts to actually occur.
Sometimes a crisis is, you need to use a crisis for that. I think
you don't waste them.
Don't waste them.
That's a great jumping off point.
Okay,
What I was
good.
going to say when it comes to a crisis, COVID, I think, was a really instructive example of individuals, but also companies and governments taking a different risk-based approach to the conversation around resilience when it comes to cyber, because they realized that, like, I know of a major bank here in Australia that had to fast track a 18-month digital transformation program into 6 weeks. You can't do that without taking some shortcuts in lots of areas, especially including cybersecurity, right? So they figure out, in order to keep operating as a business, that's our number one priority. Like, there's no point being the most secure company in the world if you're not trading. So, you know, there was this actually sort of largely not talked about very much, but there was a long tail to COVID where companies had to go back and kind of do the bolt-on piece, or, you know, re-examine that rapid digital transformation thing. And they didn't want to walk any of that back because they saw the productivity gains, or people, you know, like the flexibility of being able to work from home, whatever. But, you know, going back and understanding how many security flaws did we leave in the wake of that sort of, you know, huge digital pivot, was a clear-eyed decision they made. That's the way they were going to do it, because it was in the best interest of the business to take that risk. And they had measures in place to try and mitigate the risks and, you know, be resilient through that crisis. So there's lessons to be learned from that, I think, in the broader conversation of, if we had another pandemic or another sort of game-changing, crisis that occurred, that everyone said, "What's the government doing about this?" or what, everyone had to have a rapid response. How much easier would that be if security by design was the norm and already baked in and not bolted onto all this stuff that we suddenly had to pivot in the way we're using or implementing or the way we're kind of
As in, if
tech.
we had the systems, processes, and practices already, so that you could rush, but doing that process. So as in, like, not skip that step.
Yeah.
So that
Well,
you could
wouldn't
just
need
move.
that step as much because it's already there. It's already
Right.
kind of normalized within
Everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a good challenge to us. I hope we don't need another COVID to learn that lesson. And I'm conscious, so it's we've got 15 minutes left in this session, and I do really want to allow room for questions. So we have stand-up mics in the room, and I'm sure a moderator that is moderating the online conversation to let me know if there's any online questions. So I'll keep going, but please do stand up to bring a question to the floor. And I can see we have our first one. How exciting! Do you want to introduce yourself by name and affiliation? Thank you.
Cal Fayer speaking for myself, and for anyone that's already heard me today, I'm sorry. I'm not going to dominate the microphone. I had a lot to say in previous sessions. I've had a bit of a background with security, especially securing government agencies that have experienced attacks, and that's made me quite familiar with some of the advice that the government provides to those agencies, and the contractors and the companies that they communicate with. And I'd say it's adequate without being particularly good. It's good enough. I think the government does actually need to improve its understanding of why it's writing those documents, because often the purpose seems academic, but the usage is applied in a very different manner by those people on the ground. And so I think understanding the day-to-day usage of some of its documents, and PSPF comes to mind, but a lot of the general advice that it publishes, which I've been part of in a few cases, the actual intent of those documents is often very unclear, which means they're a little bit wishy-washy and they're hard to interpret. But what I wanted to talk about now is that if we want people to be secure by design, I think a list of guidelines is not actually going to deliver that. They're helpful and people will find them in their own way, but that's not going to change the industry. I think setting the context within which those people build the systems in the first place is probably the key. And what I mean by that is that if you know that you're not supposed to store data, you will build a system that doesn't store data. If you know that you must delete it after a certain period of time, you will build that system. If you leave that in a grey area, or if you leave open opportunities to maybe reuse that for another purpose for which it was originally collected, then people, if you can, you will. So if we're clearer on what people are entitled to use our data for, and increase those punishments, we don't necessarily need to be really helpful when it comes as a government regarding the security methods. They'll find them because that's the price of doing business. And even a small business today, if we said deploy MFA, well, they don't actually have to deploy an MFA infrastructure. There's like a tiny little toggle that they can add to their website and cost them almost nothing to do. So these sorts of things are easy to implement if you're motivated and if the government advice is clear.
I think that, thank you so much for that. And I think what I'll do is say, so what I'm hearing is this point about guidance is one thing, but actually how do we change the incentives? And this is really a great direction to take the conversation. So thank you, because we wanted to talk a little bit about the role for government in terms of setting that incentive, those guardrails, the policies and regulations to actually drive this behavior and the raising of the bar in industry. And where we were speaking about before was we expect too much from consumers. Actually, this is a role for industry. They need to step up. And what we're hearing from this comment is, and government has to create that incentive for industry to step up if it's not doing it itself. So to the panel, and please feel free to jump in, the proposals in the Australian Parliament right now, are they sufficient to do that, to move the dial in terms of industry incentives to take action? Who wants to jump in?
I'm going to jump in quickly and say
And then I'm
two
going to go
things to
online.
try and open this can of worms up a bit further. One is that the worst, what would be good to avoid is regulation in any space, but certainly in this space, that just is kind of, no offense to any lawyers in the room, but great for lawyers, where, you know, a whole bunch of regulations are brought in. They have certain intentions by government and by the, you know, different people who have been involved in developing the policy. But when they touch reality, businesses, even government agencies themselves, don't quite know how to implement them to be within those guidelines and those frameworks and avoid any sort of, you know, impact or, you know, fines or whatever. So that's, lawyers get a lot of great work in that space, because they then play the interpretation piece to go, oh, you're this kind of business, this is what these guidelines mean, this is how you can implement them to avoid fines or whatever. So so that would be great if by more intelligent policy design, we've got some great policy design people in the room, government could do it in a way where, this is my second point I want to make, and what you're saying actually chimes with a lot of the criticism that has been leveled at CISA and there's other companies or countries that joined together on that security by design white paper last year. These are all great lofty ambitions, but what do they mean in the specific circumstance of you know, a company at a different stage of maturity or in a different sector of the economy? So maybe it's not just the design piece, but it's the kind of shop front window, if you like, of government to provide some kind of service that, you know, might mean less legal fees for some firms, but where companies can go and get sort of like advice on, well, this is where I'm at. Am I on the right track? Kind of like a service desk to help understand, am I implementing security by design per your
And this
guidelines?
is great, because we were speaking before about whether, you know, is it reasonable to expect this of small business, and what is the role for government in that? And maybe it's not funding them to do this, but maybe it's at least providing that advice and support. I'd love to throw to Ryan. Did you want to comment? I could see you before.
I think that actually just kind of summarizing your question here just a little bit. I think you're sort of saying what would happen to corporations if they were financially responsible rather than pushing that financial burden onto the consumer. So, you know, if Optus leaks your data or an airline leaks your data, if they had to financially compensate everyone, I think we'd see a much different cybersecurity outcome. And so in answer to Zoe with the panel, I think that I would rather see the government trying to incentivize for better security procedures by corporations that do collect that data, rather than trying to force the education perspective or the reasonable consumer to make the assumptions, assuming that they would know, you know, that their underwear choice affects their freedom of speech or something as ludicrous like that. And I was thinking about this in terms of a Nike in a history context where we were against slave trade. And so Nike said we don't use slave labor, but they contract to a company who contracts to a company who contracts to a company. And that's what we're seeing right now with data, where it's collected and sold to a third party, who's then sold to a third party and used for a different purpose. And I think maybe removing that cloak of invisibility and sort of the shell game that's going on in our data might actually remove some of the ambiguity. And that could be one of those designed by security principles the government could adopt, so the consumer has a chance to go forward. Building back what we talked before, though, and kind of building what Jordan was saying, I think we also have to sort of stop and say, in what context are we trying to govern? Because there's so many different parts and where along this jaunt of the cyber resilience perspective, or cybersecurity perspective. So I see us trying to sort of at the very top kind of put some sort of guidelines and principles on, but they sort of seem to be reactive. And then at the same time, we sort of have some protection mechanisms at the very end to try and protect the consumer, but those are also maybe not aligned up with what's coming down the pipeline. So I think that there's a little bit of incongruency. I think that that's also from the government, multiple silos of looking at this perspective. And yeah, I totally appreciate the question. I kept thinking about privacy versus benefit.
Sorry, if I could just respond to both of those comments. Firstly, I think the complexity that's added when people try and introduce reduced storage of personal information, it's not because you're reducing it, it's because you're finding excuses to not reduce it. The general principle, if you're providing a service and I'm collecting information connected to that service and I'm storing that for the lifetime of that service, well, that's my product life cycle. There's not a lot of complexity in there other than what's inherent in whatever I'm doing. Where that breaks down is where either the government has said, well, actually, can you keep this for a little bit longer because we might come along, and that length of time is not clear, or where you think I could get away with selling this and making more money. So the complexity is not with the advice or the principle. It's because we've allowed wiggle room for companies to get away with it.
That's a
And
great.
occasionally for our own benefit.
Yeah, and I think
but
that's a
we've got
great.
you.
The point about, thank you so much. And I think the point about wiggle room is an interesting one. And I'll throw it, Anne-Louise, you wanted to pick up a little bit
I
about
was just
that.
sort of going to add that at the moment we actually have lots of moving parts in this space. So we have a cybersecurity bill, we have Privacy Act reform going on, we have an AI bill in the works as well, one would assume. As you know, and security critical, there's all of those different moving pieces. And I think one of the major issues that we're having at the moment is they're not being necessarily brought together that well, and in the sort of more the conversation that the government's having with the community, they're not joining those dots necessarily very well. So, you know, in relation to your point around data and data retention, you know, it is actually, there is very little clarity in relation to data retention laws in Australia. There's actually no central repository where a company can go and go, okay, well, I have this kind of data. How long do I have to store it for? And then you've also got the complexity of federalism as well, where we have our state and territory systems that interact with that. So I think that's one point of that. So data retention, I think, you know, a lot of companies probably would want to get rid of it, but they actually aren't quite sure and they can't separate it out. And it is quite a difficult task.
Tricky one.
And then we have, sorry, just
No,
I just wanted to, one of the sort of, I think the interesting tensions that we have at the moment too with AI and organizations wanting to use AI a lot more is the fact that to make AI work, we need data. AI is powered by data. So companies will naturally be wanting to keep more data to be able to make an AI work for them.
Absolutely. And I think that, again, and which is a theme that's come out a few times in the remarks from the panelists, which is how do you zoom out a little bit and see all of this within the bigger picture? Because it's very easy to zoom in and see security by design in a very narrow way, but actually all of this is plugged in even to the AI conversation, profiling, resilience, different policy conversations. So how do we paint that picture? We've only got 3 minutes left. So what I'm going to do is a little fire round to the panel. I know. I guess sort of your key takeaway from the conversation as to how we can drive this security by design conversation forward. I might start with Michael.
Well, thanks. It's been a really interesting conversation to be part of. Look, I'll take away. This is hard. I mean, it's been there's been a lot of detail, but I think there's been some great points made in that last segment. You know, incentives are really important. I heard the point about, you know, I give and receive cybersecurity advice as a professional, and as I've received more and more advice, I've thought a lot more about how you give advice that is useful in practice. I think governments do need to set the rules of the road and set the standard, but there's no illusion that this is easy. So I think there'll be a lot of you know, complexity for us to work through as industry, with government, with regulators, and as users of technology as well. But I'd continue to advocate the principle that we should focus on security by design, think about security early as we can in the process, and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Ryan, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, this is a really good panel to be on. Thank you so much for being here. First of all, I don't envy anybody in government trying to legislate and trying to govern this perspective, because there are so many moving parts, and not only are we trying to react to the multi-stakeholders that we know about, but we have a lot of international large conglomerates who are perpetually trying to either scapegoat or to get around such legislation so they can continue to operate. And that idea of surveillance capitalism. Sort of closing marks, I sort of thought about in terms of privacy by design, trying to figure out where we put the responsibility, and again, advocating that corporations maybe share a little more financial perspective of the consumer data they collect, but to help so provide some sort of basic code and some sort of database or registry to help such organizations. And so small and medium enterprises actually have a way of getting some sort of infrastructure without having to quote unquote copy code off of somebody on the internet to be able to be scalable, or to rely on code being copied from, you know, computer programmers going forward, because that I think is where we see one of the largest security flaws going forward.
Thanks, Ryan. Such a practical, interesting suggestion. We'll see if the government picks that one up. Anne-Louise?
I think in this conversation, one thing that we have to remember is it's not a conversation for Island Australia to have. It's a conversation that has to be had globally, because, you know, this needs to be interoperable. There needs to be global interoperability with whatever regime we create domestically. So yes, we could create these wonderful standards, but if everyone else goes from it's not going to be very useful to us. So I think that yes, we can think about this domestically, but whatever actions we take, we really do need to think about the global community.
Jordan.
Well, I've had the longest time to think about it, and everyone said really illuminating things, and I feel really on the spot. But it's been a really good panel, so thank you. I agree with the comments earlier. It's been a really engaging discussion, and hopefully for everyone else as well, not just the five of us. But the thing that I was percolating in my brain, hoping we'd get a chance to circle back to, so I'm just going to freestyle it right now. Was I think something either Michael or Ryan said in terms of transparency. So I think we've had a pretty good discussion about standards, like how you design them to be realistic and enforceable and auditable and all that sort of stuff. But I think there's a flip side to that around encouraging transparency, so that if companies who are developing products or services and are striving for, or being compelled by legislation or other means to strive for security by design or by default in their processes and practices, if they're willing to have a level of transparency with the consumers who are consuming those products and services, then that's going to go a long way towards building trust for the consumers, so they understand things like your vulnerable disclosure program, how many bugs have you found, how quickly did you patch them or fix them, and just having a really open and honest conversation with consumers and with government and with everyone, so that there's kind of less of a black box around all this complicated tech stuff. And that might go some way to solving what we were discussing earlier, where no government in the world has the world's best coders. They all work in the private sector. So how do you, leverage that capability in a way that's going to incentivize and encourage the coders working in those big tech companies to develop products and services that are secure by design? And some of that might just be good old sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Oh, I love that point. Thanks for adding that in. So I think it's how do we empower consumers, but also not leave all the responsibility with them, and the government has a role to incentivize industry to step up. So that's been a really fascinating conversation for me. Thank you guys, everyone, for joining. Please join me in a round of applause for the panel.
And for Zoe, well moderated.
Excuse me, everyone. We're changing the rooms again. So if you'd please make your way out, you can leave your stuff in here, but just so that the staff can move around, if you wouldn't mind just popping out and grabbing some afternoon tea. Thank you.
1, 2. Hey, check. 1, 2.
They're both happy. Canberra anyways. Lose. Yeah, same. I think so. They didn't for a couple of minutes. You go. You enjoying the new job? Why? building inspection just found some termites in the soil, which frightened a lot of people away.
If we have the termite man come every year and check.
Well, we should have done, but we hadn't, so it's our own fault. But we think it probably knocked a couple of $100,000 off the price we finally got.
It's 5 months.
Ready to go?
Okay. Well, welcome. Oh, that's very loud. Welcome back, folks, for this last session before the closing plenary. Where the purpose of this town hall conversation is basically to reflect a little further on the output document, which we provided to you yesterday, and also the additional food for thought document. And I'll just remind you that the general sense yesterday was quite a bit of support for the document, some suggestions that perhaps we could be a bit bolder in some of the things we might say. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Jordan Carter now, who's going to talk a bit about what the process looks like from here. So, Jordan.
Thank you, Keith, and good afternoon, everyone. I would say I'm standing between you and drinks, but I'm not today, but we'll carry on with it. The program committee sort of met in a distributed and asynchronous way over the past couple of hours through various circular conversations to sort of absorb the bit of the feedback that came through yesterday morning, and to work out a way forward. And it's based on a couple of assumptions. One of those is there does seem to be general contentment with the position paper. Another of those assumptions is that people want more input and chance to see each other's input and tease out ideas about the route ahead and what we do next. And so the way that we're proposing to tackle that, and remember, we're all learning by doing, so this is the first time we've tried this process, is to do the following. We'd like to test again whether that assumption around broad consensus around the position paper, the sort of first released one that had had a chance for input, exists, and we'll use the Google form to do a bit of a poll on that shortly. You'll get the QR code in a bit. And to see if that does achieve consensus, it's good enough. We'll sort of publish it as that. We didn't see much benefit at the start of it. It says we the undersigned, but we hadn't ever developed a sign-on process, and thought it's probably easiest just to leave the document as a standalone artifact that either achieved consensus, which we'll test shortly, or that didn't, and it can stand as a document that didn't achieve consensus. And then to take the food for thought paper, the more slightly provoking document, to share it with the community as a Google Doc, as I think Susan and others suggested yesterday and today, and to open that out for comments and input, either on what's in it or what isn't in it. So, one of those quite open chances to add some thoughts. And then we thought about the time frame for all of that and what it might be useful as input for. And various parts of Team Australia are going to be participating at the Internet Governance Forum in Riyadh in December. That kicks off, I think, on the 15th of December. And so what we're proposing is to have a 10th of December cutoff for comments, or a milestone is probably a better way to put it than a cutoff. And then the team will sort of try and do a little report back, a 1 or 2 page, depending on what comes in and what the feedback is, either like a summary of it, or a reissue of that food for thought document, whatever seems most useful based on the kinds of input that it gets. And then in the environment of the IGF, we'll have a paper that either has consensus or not, the broad position paper, and we'll have an enriched and supplemented and changed food for thought addendum that advances other ideas, including things like how to improve the IGF, which is one of the discussion topics at this year's IGF. So that's the process in essence. To try and summarize it again, based on the assumption that there were no loud voices against the position paper, to do a test and call for consensus for that. And if it passes that threshold in the room today, to issue it as it is in that way, except without the "we the undersigned" bit at the start, because we didn't see the value for the sign-on. And then almost immediately afterwards to share a link to the Google Doc to put that on the website of the Food for Thought paper, the formal title of which was Ideas for the Evolution of the Multi-Stakeholder Model. We're calling it a Food for Thought paper. And put that on the website and to invite your feedback and engagement with that content through to the 10th of December, at which point we'll either do another version of it or write a summary of what came up. And everyone can then further reflect on that and whatever processes the steering committee develops for 2025. Chair, back to you. Chairs, co-chairs, whichever of you.
You want to go? Okay. So you've got the QR code on the screen there if you'd like to access that with your devices, and you're being asked to indicate whether you agree with endorsing the 2024 IGF position paper. So long as it doesn't go green. What was that? Hmm. 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 We might just give it another couple of minutes. We've got 37 responses. I think there's just over 40 people in the room, so just give people another minute or two.
We do have quite a few online as well, so
The interpreters raised a hand.
I think they just swap over.
Oh, okay, right, okay. Not quite sure what's happening now.
The QR code is there if you would like to still submit your answer on this. I think we are trying to have a look at the responses. We're now at 43 responses. Was that from the first one?
Could the technical support tell us what's going on, please?
They're telling you in chat.
Well, I can't access the chat, I'm sorry. Oh, I see. Okay,
So
thank
this-
you.
Which is this one that we're looking at, 46 responses. That's today, right now? Yep. Based on these results, we do have, one or two who don't agree with endorsing the paper. We'd be really keen to hear from you, whether that's today or like now at the microphone if you wish, or afterwards. Or we are keen to hear where it's gone wrong from your perspective.
And if you don't want to do that in front of the whole room, perhaps you can get in touch with us separately to suggest ways that we might improve it. I think on the basis of what we're seeing in front of us, we've got a fairly strong endorsement in the room and online. So I think what we'll do is proceed to release this as a broad consensus, not a full consensus. A broad consensus document is the term we used to use in my OECD days. So does anybody wish to make any comments further or ask any questions about the process from here? Because if not, we might bring this town hall to a conclusion. We've got an online hand raised.
Some discussion about the other paper.
Yeah.
I think we are.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. One of the participants.
We have
That's
a question from
Yeah.
online.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
So this is from Anju de Alwis. Hi, I would like to pose this question. I am a PhD researcher from an Australian university. Distributed ledger technology and Web3 are rapidly emerging technologies poised to significantly impact individuals. They are driving the development of diverse ecosystems, a new digital asset economy, and a tokenized system. Given these advancements, do you plan to extend internet governance frameworks to encompass these emerging technologies?
Thank you for the question. I think that is something that we should respond to you subsequent to this meeting. I don't believe it's directly germane to the current issue which we're considering, but it is certainly an interesting one for us to consider further. It's certainly our intention that these conversations and these annual gatherings will continue. So it may well be something we can take up with you a little bit further down the track. We might now just move to a consideration of where to next with the second paper, which, as Jordan has indicated, we are proposing to provide in a widely available format which can incorporate comments. Did anybody have anything they wish to raise today with regard to the Food for Thought document? And I would put that in the context of the conversations yesterday morning where several of you encouraged us to try and be a bit more, be bolder, I think was one of the expressions which was used. We're certainly happy to take on board those thoughts and see if there are ways in which we can perhaps strengthen what's being proposed in the document. If you do have any comments, could you please come to the microphone?
So now I have the comparison.
Oh, we now have the comparison. Yes, I see. Oh, which we just lost.
Oh, we just lost the comparison. Thank you. Oh.
Oh.
It is showing in the Zoom room if you are in there, but what it looks like is, oh, there it is. So we've had a shifting on the strongly agree. Maybe a slight shift on neutral, and it doesn't look like much of a shift on disagree. Did you want to speak, Kiki? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just, I know that you'll do more work on this, so that's great, but I did notice in the Food for Thought, while we talk about the multi-stakeholder model and we reference different stakeholders, there's a preference for, well, not a preference, number one, absence coordination talks to absence coordination and cooperation function between the different internet governance bodies can damage close working relationships and diminish the internet technical community's voice. I think some context around that would be great, just because it appears, or it could be interpreted that it favours the technical, raising the technical community's voice within this. Not saying that it does, just some context there. Further down, establish a cross-community coordination communication body to serve as the internet technical community's external access point, internal organisation, strategic home, which is also great. But again, how do we build those same kind of coalitions for civil society here? How do we focus some funding and resources and coordination for civil society to engage in these spaces also?
Okay, thank you. Okay. If there are no other questions, oh, we do have one. Sorry, Joyce.
Hi, this is Joyce Chen from APNIC, and it's really more about the Food for Thought paper. Are we there?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. My comment is that I would like for our community to think about or discuss more what they mean when they say they want to strengthen the IGF. So I'd like to hear some ideas actually articulating what is meant by that. I think there are many ways to think about strengthening, and I can throw one idea out as a straw man. I think part of strengthening the IGF, and this is coming from my experience as a former IGF MAG member, and the work that we were put through, and I think Jordan can attest to that, being a current MAG member, is that there are a lot of parts of the IGF that I would think of as bloat. It's a bit bloated in the sense that the IGF sometimes, or rather simultaneously, does too much, but yet also does too little. So it's a bit of a conundrum, a paradox. One example I can give is there are 31 dynamic coalitions which have been approved over the years. And it's nigh practically impossible to sunset the ones that are inactive. And the ones that are active of the dynamic coalitions, I would count 5 or less out of the 31. And yet there are still, resources, sessions being allocated to them. So there's a lot about the IGF that I think we can very specifically talk about, the bits that really aren't working very well, and the ones that I think we should maintain, and of course, things that we should improve. And I'd like for us to have this discussion. I haven't heard much the past 2 days about specific ideas regarding that. And so I want to encourage those of you who have been thinking about this to step up and share your ideas. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Joyce. I think it is certainly our intention to use the consultation process for the paper to deliberately tease those things out. And I say that as the predominant author of the Food for Thought paper, it was simply an attempt to get the conversation going, and I think it has succeeded in doing that. But you could easily say, well, the document is very vague. Yes, it is. It lacks detail. Yes, it does. Here is an opportunity now for the people in this room, the people online, and other interested parties in the Australian and other internet communities to put some thoughts down as to the ways in which you might make the IGF more effective, perhaps better funded, perhaps more sustainable, perhaps to even give it a somewhat augmented role. I used the term the other day, a non-paper, and I use that advisedly because often in international negotiations, a paper which sets out some thoughts that are there to kick around, to consider, and basically to see if there is some sort of consensus of support is the paper's purpose. It may come to nothing, or it may actually produce something more sustainable. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Just to add on to what Keith has just said, so like the 2 papers are related but different purposes. So the draft position paper on the WSIS is a specific input to a specific process in a specific point in time. I think most of us who support the multi-stakeholder approach would like governments, when they get to the WSIS next year, to agree to continue the IGF, the global IGF's mandate. So that's sort of for that purpose. And the Food for Thought paper is, we all recognise that the internet governance processes and institutions, do need to evolve. Our use of the internet has changed significantly since the IGF and since the internet structures were put in place. So this could be a longer term piece of thinking about what Australians think, what ideas we have for evolving it.
Cheryl.
Correctly identified. Cheryl Langdon for the record, and I'm firmly wearing my Internet Society hat in this particular intervention. So let's be very clear on that. Just to pick up on Joyce's point, if I may, Joyce, when we're making suggestions such as the one you just gave as an example with the plethora of dynamic coalitions, it would be really welcome for any examples that any of you might have. For example, the Internet Society over recent years has now found a way of including its chapters and members writ large to choose which, in its case, is not dynamic coalitions, but special interest groups are going to be resourced and focused over a period of time. Because let's face it, you know, if you're really passionate about this whole internet thing, you're probably going to say yes to just about anything. You want to be, you know, supporting it all. But that doesn't work in a practical sense. So one or two particular topics have been given enduring status, and their support is under review, but is secured for a length of time. But on, I think, a biannual basis, but we could do it in any number, just pick one and pop it in as an idea. The actual rank and file vote on what they want to have focused on for their supported special interest groups for that upcoming period. So that's the type of example that I think if we could pop that into the paper would be very, very valuable indeed. So welcome other good ideas, but there's one to start us off. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have a hand raised over there. Do you want to come to the, oh, you've got a microphone.
Might be on right.
Ah, yes. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is from Sarah. Highly endorse the point, reform participation structures and create pathways for new potential leaders, while also removing structures or positions that reinforce the status quo to ensure more equitable access and influence at all levels, but specifically highlighting the need to provide on-ramps for subject matter experts to contribute to the conversation. There are many segments of the community that are not at this conversation that need to be.
I think we can certainly accept those points. Who was the question for? I don't have the chat in front of me.
I think it's a comment.
It's a comment, yeah. Okay, thank you. Any others before we conclude?
One brief thought and risk that came to mind in hearing Joyce's original point. There are very few people who have delved into the depths of how some of these processes work. And sometimes it's easy to underestimate how inaccessible finding that out is from the outside. So even as someone who's almost finished the first year on the MAG, I didn't know that only 5 of the DCs were active. So there'll be other people in the room with an equivalent depth of knowledge and understanding of different processes. I would encourage you to share as much of that granularity as you can into this Google document. Not because it means everyone's going to agree with you, but it does mean that everyone who reads it will learn a lot. And then might have some data to support reckons they may have had, or just be able to get a more realistic sense of what is actually going on in some of these processes. So it's not to put you on the spot, particularly Joyce, but I reckon all of us probably know lots of stuff about something and forget that other people don't. So if we're happy to be generous in sharing that in writing, it enables a whole lot of other people to learn it.
Yes, it does. Gunilla?
Yes, Gunilla, Sprink Internet Society Accessibility Standing Group. It might be replicating references to the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder statement, but the original Net Mundial statement, the initial few paragraphs talked about human rights principles. And I'm wondering if we can either specifically refer to that Net Mundial statement in regard to the human rights principles, or just mention that the human rights principles are a significant part of the multi-stakeholder process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gunla. Another online. No, just bear with us, Sandra, for a moment. I think, do we have another online comment?
Oh, I didn't realize it's Judith
you
Halcyon.
may
I didn't
speak
know I
or
was
ask your
supposed to be
question.
speaking. My question is as a clarification. When Jordan said
We're
there's
not getting any audio, Judith. Did you
Can
want to
you-
type your question into the chat?
I think I'll go to Sandy while you sort that out with Judith, if that's okay. So, Sandra.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you. We can hear you, Judith.
Oh, great.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so now people can hear me. Sorry about that. So my question was, I wanted to, there was a question about the DC, the dynamic coalitions, and that someone said that only 5 were active. That is not correct. There's about 15 or 20 are active. And some of them are extremely active, and some of them are not as active active only a couple of times a year. But I would not say only 5 are active. There are many others that are very active in different parts. And we would be happy to talk to anyone about this. And if you come to one of our monthly meetings, you could actually see that is the case. So I wasn't sure how you got that statistic that only 5 dynamic coalitions were active. So I was hoping a clarification of that. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that as a comment, but we'll bear it in mind. Sandra Davey, over to you.
You, just internet end user, no affiliation. I'm really curious to understand the consensus process. The lovely thing about consensus is we get to hear all voices. The downside is, God almighty, it drags on and it can whittle down to almost nothing of substance. So I'm super interested if we get to all put stuff into this document. Does everybody have to agree to everything for it to be consensus, or
No.
will the coordinating
No.
committee make some authoritative positions so that we can move forward? That would be helpful to understand that process. I think there's a lot of new people in the room. It would be really great for us to understand how you will synthesize this into what I know is going to be a document of substance. Thank you.
Well, if I can respond to that, consensus does not imply 100% unanimity. It never can. And we talk about broad consensus, where the substantial majority of a group appear to have at least substantial agreement to something, and that's how it should be characterized. We're not suggesting that we're going to achieve 100% unanimity. We're not pretending that for a moment. What we are endeavoring to achieve is an articulation of a broad consensus on a range of issues here. And that may mean mentioning some outriders or opinions as outriders rather than as a collective view. At the end of the day, the drafting committee, which is a subset of the steering committee, will have to make some judgments about what that looks like.
Just to add to that, Sandy, I think it's like this is another experiment. We haven't done anything like this before, but it's an opportunity to sort of start a conversation and potentially move to some ideas for solutions that we might want to put forward. You know, we have been, as my former colleague says, admiring the problem for long enough. Like everybody recognises that things need to change, but we need to start thinking about putting forward some ideas, like what do we want to see instead of what is there now? How can the processes change? What do we need to do to shift the conversation along from recognising that there's a problem?
One, I think the experiment is fantastic and it's a really accessible way to get fast contributions. So go the experiment.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stacy Guildenstern. Some of you have seen me taking photos, which I am also here to do in supporting my daughter, who's a producer of media for the IGF, because we were asked last year to form a dynamic coalition for teenagers. And we did, and we have teens from around the world who have contributed directly, repeatedly to the Global Digital Compact. We were involved with Summit of the Future. We were involved with the Pact. We have literally not stopped producing real effects, real contributions, both verbally and in writing. And I just want to say that it's important that the MAG understand what we have and that we sit on waiting for people to appreciate what these teens have actually contributed, which is far in excess of anyone else at the IGF that I'm aware of. It's important to us that people appreciate, not me. I'm just trying to keep them together, you know, and to facilitate. I think people here would recognize Minna, who's one of our teens who participates in the DC meetings every month for the most part. Please pay attention to us, ISOC. We would like to do more. We don't have enough access to human beings because we're busy doing other things. We would love to use channels that we don't know of, particularly if we can start in a country we happen to be in. Yeah. So anybody that's willing to put some time on youth, we've got mentors that sometimes participate, kids that have gone out and done policy network, formal contributions, pen holding. I mean, it's incredible, these teenagers, what they're capable of. They're actual youth, not institutional youth, they're actual youth, right? So help us. We really honestly are here for that. And we're also here to produce media to help you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we...
Can I just,
sure.
just for anyone who's not in the Zoom room, I think it just relates back to Sandy's point, but Jordan's just noted in the chat, there's no process for intersessional testing of consensus, which is why the draft position paper was the only sort of item put forward for consensus here. You know, so the thought piece, you know, we won't be sort of trying to get consensus on that intersessionally. But I do encourage people to, like, many of you have, you know, extensive knowledge of internet governance. Share, as Jordan said, share that in the document to help other people. But also, many of you come from sort of diverse backgrounds. Problems may be being solved in other forums or in other sectors that we're not aware of that could be applied. You know, solutions may be available in other places.
Annalise, good job, by the way, advancing this conversation from last year. I've really noticed the richness in it, so thank you for that. Interesting that last speaker, that was something that was said through the GDC discussions and the, I don't know, whatever it was called, digital cooperation streams over in the UN. It's not necessarily that all stakeholders need to have decision-making power, and certainly don't necessarily want to, but it's really important that feedback loop, that we see what we've contributed matters, and that's kind of highlighted in this work, and that we share it. So that was a good point. I think that
we also need to prepare that the IGF may not be that model. If whatever forces that be across the world. But I don't think that that has to stop what we do. I don't think it gets in the way. I think we can have models without necessarily naming things. I think we can build a strong disparate stakeholder group that work well together, that can be adaptable to however that looks. And I just think that we could prepare ourselves for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jordan?
This is a slight pivot, so I'll tell you what it is, and then you can tell me whether it's allowed, which is just to give a 2-minute spiel about the charter of the auIGF. Is that allowed?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. That was a bit odd, bit meta. So one of the things that we did this year, as well as the experiment of the position paper, was to write down a bit about how the auIGF might work as it moved from being net thing. The MSSC pulled together a charter. And at one point, we had great visions of a community engagement session at this auIGF about the charter and getting feedback on how we'd written down how the auIGF would work. And then we remembered that people usually don't come to events to talk about processes that led to the events so much as to talk about the subject matter of the event. So we didn't put that on the agenda. Nonetheless, I want you to know that there is a charter for the auIGF that it's started to operate under. It's posted on the website under the About section. The website is auigf.au. We're sort of evolving into working with it. One of the things that it does proposes the multi-stakeholder steering committee that takes overall responsibility for the event. If you want to volunteer on that, no doubt Annalise will say this better than I will. I think she's going to make an ask for people who want to get more involved in helping this event happen. But I just wanted to focus a little bit on the charter in case that had escaped people's attention. One or two of you might be interested in it. If you are, have a read, send some thoughts to the committee through the email address, and I'll put the link in the chat. Thanks for indulging me.
Okay, thank you. Alban.
So, yes, Alban. I just want to clarify one thing because I thought we are talking about the position paper, and does it mean that we have reached consensus now? Because I think we're waiting for someone to comment.
We have concluded that we have sufficient consensus on the position paper that it will go forward. The discussion for the last few minutes has been focused either on the second paper, or there have also been some other comments made by other people about related things.
Okay, thanks. Then my comment on the food for thought paper is that I think one of the reasons why internet needs to be governed from a more bottom-up model is because the internet moves really fast, and government regulation does not work in such kind of circumstance. And there are many areas in the internet issue that are actually not covered by the existing body at the moment. And IGF should be a really good avenue to address those issues. In that sense, I would probably support one of the first point bring out in the food for thought paper, where IGF might become more advisory in nature. It may, I can't comment on all the other proposal because understanding the proposal itself may require some discussion to actually understand what it means. But at the very least, at the moment, if IGF is being purely discussion only, it may not be able to serve the purpose of a bottom-up kind of governance model where we want to move things along quicker. So a bit more advisory might be good. I can foresee there might be some problem as well. But in principle, I think this might be a good kind of direction to go. Not being too structured, but a little bit more guideline for different government to actually take the consensus coming out from IGF to do some kind of local implementation, or even the local IGF to take back and discuss how to kind of bring it on in a more localized context. So that would be my comment on.
Thank you very much for that comment. That tends to reinforce the sense I had in drafting the document. Oh, Joyce.
Hi, okay, I'm going to stand here in the capacity of two roles. First, I'll put on the former IGF MAG member hat to say there is a reason why the MAG is the multi-stakeholder advisory group. So my understanding of the history is that it was always meant to have an advisory role exactly for the sort of purpose that you'd like to see. But over the years, that has not happened. Okay, not going to dwell into the why. I think there are various reasons, more conversations, maybe over drinks. But this is the reality it is today, right? So if we'd like, for example, the MAG or for the IGF at large to have a more advisory nature, that has to be loud and clear from the community, this is what you want. And then how do you transmit that message over to the IGF, to the people who actually would be empowered to make some changes? So that's my response back to you on the advisory bit. There are some people who talk about, oh, you know, the IGF should have recommendations. That's another word that is a bit problematic in the IGF space as well. This notion of recommendations and then at some point IGF is going to have outcomes, and that frightens some people in the community. So again, there's a diversity of views of the nature of the IGF. Should it be more output driven, outcomes driven? How do we think about it? I do want to point to the fact that the IGF does have an output document every year. I'm not sure since when, there is an output document that sort of captures all the main points from that IGF. That might be some sort of a advisory recommendations thing for you to take back. So I'll leave that there. Now I put on my other hat. So another issue that I want to bring up for discussion here is the funding problem and the resourcing problem of the IGF. We heard that a lot during the Global Digital Compact. Member states disagreed around how should we frame the voluntary financial contributions to the IGF? Should we have stronger language that sort of tries to enforce some sort of funding mechanism to the IGF? So the hat that I'm wearing is for the IGF Supports Association, IGFSA. And I want to sort of demystify the process. Now, the IGF has a trust fund for which member states can put their voluntary contributions. Not many member states do that, and the ones that do don't really give a lot. Okay, so the IGF is extra budgetary in the UN, meaning they have to source their own funding. Part of the problem is that the IGF, being part of the UN, is it cannot easily accept donations or funds from any other organization outside of member states. So this problem is compounded, right? So the IGFSA was set up as sort of a outside of the UN mechanism to feed into the trust fund to help other organizations to, channel their donations that would eventually go to the IGF. So look at the IGFSA, that's a potential funding source for those organizations that want to actually put money on the table and say, yes, I want to strengthen the IGF by providing voluntary contributions, and here you go, here's the money. Another thing that I'd like to share is that part of the IGF Trust Fund is also to provide funding to NRIs. But because there's such a huge funding problem at the IGF, this year, they have not been able to fund any NRIs, which is quite shocking. And so the only IGFSA has been able to provide this funding to support NRIs to continue, running the events, doing their work. So I want to put all these issues out there for you to think about. So you have context when people say, oh, what is this financial resourcing problem? There is a tangible problem here that we can look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. We look forward to your further comments on the paper, because I think some of that is quite useful to be aware of. In response to some of the suggestions about perhaps detail missing from the document. Because we haven't done it before, we weren't actually sure how much to put into the paper. So there are lots of holes. We welcome all of your contributions over the next few weeks. I think I'd like to draw all this to a close now. I think we've rehearsed the issues. Oh no. Okay. Please, can you make it quick? We're running out of time.
Quick thought on the last comment. I'm Alex Oppenderst on behalf of Linux Victoria. So maybe organizations that are, or just having water. Organizations that are already supporting and have administrative capacities. Maybe there could be projects that are defined within those organizations, and those projects could be funded. So those organizations are receiving the funding to get those projects done. So we don't have really a challenge of who's receiving the funding. Just something that came to my mind.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think we might, with that, draw this session to a close, and I'll hand over to my colleagues to conduct the final plenary. I might sit down.
I want to say thanks, everybody.
So all right. Gordon's here and Ian has just popped outside. Andrew, did you want to come up to the stage? For the last session today, we have it's quite an unstructured session. We have time to hear some reflections about the conference overall, the last couple of days, the conversations you've heard or been part of. We sort of asked a few people to. Everyone's shy today. We did ask a couple of people to help kick off the conversation, just to offer, a concise 2 or 3 minutes on your reflections of the last couple of days, your observations, anything you'd like to share, and also, if you have them, any thoughts about where we go to next. Who wants to start? Joyce, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Joyce Chen from APNIC. Nice to meet you again, and sorry for always taking up the airtime. So just a few comments. I think this auIGF had a breadth of issues. We tried to cover everything on the sun, essentially, as part of the program committee, so that everybody would have a bit of space to discuss your issues. But what I was really happy with was that I thought there was a depth of conversation in these discussions, and you brought some of these conversations out into the corridors as well. And so I really appreciated that. I think this being the second in-person meeting, last year being that thing and now being auIGF, I see that there is a hunger for people to regroup, reconnect, build these relationships again. I think that's very clear, that you like to have this space, so we really should continue it. I think we've heard about the different UN processes happening that will happen in 2025. And if you still have not heard about these processes by now, please come and talk to me. I think my main point here is let's not sleepwalk through these processes, they really are very important. I could not emphasize that enough. And if you struggle to understand where your role is, how you might fit in, how could you participate, I think there are a number of us, in this room alone that can help you to find your way. We'd be very happy to support that. I think as well, because there are all these different things happening, it's not the time anymore to be reflecting and to be introspective and to do the post-pandemic kind of, we're just coming out of this. No, right? Now is the time where we need to take action. We need to have specific ideas for specific change. That's what we're looking for. And the reason I say this is because there's a lot at stake. And if we are not the ones taking the initiative to suggest these ideas and to push for change, other people are going to do it. They will take the initiative and they will define our future and the future of the internet for us. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Joyce. Pat, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you, Annalise. My name is Pat Donaldson. I'm from Identity Digital. We're in our second year of being a principal sponsor at the auIGF. We really enjoy being a part of it, hearing all the quality discussions from the different sectors here. It's, what multi-stakeholderism is all about. I also enjoyed hearing from a lot of the audience members this year. There's just a lot of different perspectives, and that was, I just thought it happened last year as well, but this year it just really seemed to be a lot more participation in that regard. What I really enjoyed in terms of the whole sponsorship thing was a lot of it was just being a part of the steering committee and as well as the program committee, and just seeing how everything unfolded in the lead up into this. So I want to thank the steering committee that's here with special kudos to Annalise and Michael. I don't know if he's here at the moment, and Jordan, you guys really wrangled a lot of this together, so thank you for that. And I'd like to thank the other sponsors that also contributed to the conference. It's not cheap to put this on, so if you're an organization that has the means to be able to contribute to this, we'd greatly appreciate it if you gave us a call next year. And I guess the last thing is I'm really glad that not knocking net thing, but I think the auIGF really has meaning, and I think I'm really glad that we changed to it this year. So thank you.
Thanks, Pat. We're good to go. We have Bryony Daly Whitworth online. So Bryony, we might pass over to you now. Do we need to come back to Bryony?
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can. Thanks, Bryony.
Sorry. Thank you for letting me in. It's been, I'm back in Canberra, but it was absolutely lovely to meet so many of you yesterday. And I do think that one of the great values of this conference is the networks that we make, and really walking the talk of multi-stakeholderism, of inclusivity. And I think that's one of the most important things that we can take out of this conference and take it going forward. So thank you so much, Annalise and Jordan and Rosemary, for a really valuable conversation across so many different aspects of internet governance, but also the things that sometimes are connected, but not necessarily what we think about when we talk about internet governance. I found it really interesting in the privacy conversation that we had yesterday as well. There've been a lot of conversations about regional interconnectivity, which I think is one of the most important points of this conference and these networks, is that we are not alone. We are not just talking about Australia in isolation. We are very much talking about the connections with our region and our world, and taking that forward in a way that keeps the narrative positive, we definitely have defensive interests across the spectrum of internet governance issues, but it's been really heartening to hear some of the really positive stories coming out of what Australia is doing, what our region is doing, and I think that we have an opportunity now to take so much of that forward into the next year and a half of very crucial internet governance work going forward internationally. Thank you so much, and it's been a pleasure to meet so many of you over the past couple of days.
Thanks very much, Bryony. I might now invite Andrew, who's the chair of the Pacific IGF. So firstly, thank you for joining us, but thank you for agreeing to share some of your observations.
Thank you, Annalise, and I must thank you for inviting me and Sarai. It's Andrew from Pacific IGF, and it was an honor. I think Jordan is also to be thanked, because I must say that the connection with Jordan made a lot of difference to not only Outer, but to the IGF as well, and I want to thank him. So I'll just say a few words on things that could be takeaways for us in the Pacific IGF. I think there's a lot of rich content that we have seen over the last 2 days, and we were fortunate to be sitting here and listening and absorbing some of the things that are very new to our region and to us, and it was an honor to be here. But probably two or three things that I just wanted to reflect on as takeaways. I think the session 1.1, where we discussed 2025 and 2024 IGF, there were some contributions from Pablo, Brownie, and Jody that sort of gave us some, some idea and some highlights. The first is that the technical community does not have a say in the WSIS process. And also there's a risk that Brownie brought up across the multilateral systems. And that is also something that is important for us to take away. And also that leads to geopolitics. Also, the internet may be restructured. The possibility of the internet may be restructured. But in that regard, Pablo said that if something is not broken, then don't fix it, which is a term that is so important. And again, Jody mentioned that this could also lead to internet fragmentation. And then the solutions that we picked up there, Jody just said that we need to tell the story. And Brian said, one of the solutions is to go back 20 years and look at what has happened that can lead us into the future. And the other session that I think that it's important was the session on local to global. And one of the statements that was important in this session was to focus on the commonality, recognize the values, and advocate globally. I think that this statement was made by Johanna. And then we also see the negative part of which is a total disconnect between open, free, and secure. And and then the threat of geopolitics and the internet infrastructure. We have seen that. So the global and local, or local to global, how can we, sort of define that? There should be equal footing. There also, as we know, there are divides within the civil states. But there should always be a local and global cooperation. And this can be done in the IGF arena through the NRIs that we currently have. And then I think yesterday I mentioned the one phrase that the Pacific Islands and Australia is sort of a stepping stone to global. I say that. And Australia needs to lead the way. I think that was a statement made in those sessions as well. And one of the ways to lead is to be a stepping stone for others, like the Pacific Islands. And finally, I think it was an interesting discussion on the position paper that concluded not too long ago. And for us, for Soraya and myself, I think it is important for us to look at where probably our community can put up a position as well. We want to go and advocate to our countries, our nation states, to see if they can also put up a position paper for each country in the Pacific. Thank you. I think those are my reflections. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Jordan?
Thanks, Annalise. Thanks, Andrew. That's lovely and embarrassing all at once. Look, a few thoughts which I've been mulling on as the 2 days have gone on. One is that the geopolitical and policy context for the internet looks a bit bleak, really. And it isn't friendly to the multi-stakeholder way we do things, which came out of a different era, different balance of power and forces and so on. And that's why each debate and decision point could lead to its replacement by something else. It isn't a case of crying wolf and each time, no, it would have been fine. That came through to me and I thought that was a really telling observation. I can't remember who made it, unfortunately. But it really is the case that at regular points, this model is being contested and is at risk of replacement. So we need to be in the fight all the time. And that's partly why we also need to build and strengthen our local internet community here in Australia to be able to contribute to that work in all of the spaces it happens. There isn't just the government can fix it or OUTA can fix it. We all have a role. We all need to engage. The second one is that there's a lot of insight and interest in the internet community that applies to policy debates and issues that have never heard of us, that have never heard of multi-stakeholderism. And I think we need to work at building better interfaces between what we do and those policy debates, particularly the intergovernmental multilateral ones. It isn't that we need to demand a seat at the table and pretend we're a nation state, but I think we can say, look, we've got something to offer here and offer it up in a way that is meaningful to those other processes, not just blithely assuming that they should come to and understand us. Part of that's a translation thing. The third point I'd make is the importance of engaging with and supporting Pacific countries and peoples to shape the internet in ways that suit them, to solve policy problems in the region and to engage in those global debates as well. That stepping stone analogy is a really nice one. Being able to hold open forums and support people's engagement is something that should come naturally to us. A fourth observation is that in Australia, we have a lot to do to keep building and strengthening our internet governance institutions like the auIGF. Generally speaking, run by volunteers on very limited resources, and perhaps lacking the breadth of engagement and input that they need to do the job as well as possible, which is a common feature of internet governance in other countries, regions, and so on. How to involve Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities in this on terms that meet their needs and aspirations is obviously a growing area of conversation from the last 2 days. Thank you to Susan and Jenny and the others who have brought that really powerfully into the room. And I think we also need to keep exploring practical actions and practical solutions, as Joyce and others have said. Sometimes there's a problem that needs to be solved, and rather than getting hung up on the way that you solve it, you can get a bit grubby and solve it. You know, we just had a mini example of that with the position paper that we did. Let's keep trying to focus on practical action arising from our dialogues and storytelling. And my last point, I guess, is that there's a lot of power in the method of multi-stakeholder engagement, which you can kind of sum up as putting all those with an interest in an issue in a room and enabling the kind of conversations that lead to workable consensus. That's what I always think it is. It's a method that could help deal with a wide array of problems, but even in areas where there are no multi-stakeholder institutions or processes to help solve those problems. For multi-stakeholder as a sort of approach to ever help in those areas, though, we need to do a better job of telling the story. The narrative has been mentioned a lot of times, making sure that it's clearly directed at what it can help achieve, not seeing it as an end in itself, some kind of symbol or mantra or totem or thing that is just nice in and of itself. And there was a very nice toolkit developed earlier in the year at Net Mundial +10 that really steps out very practically how to go about multi-stakeholdering, which is a word I hope no one ever uses again. So I'll stop with those 5 plus sub-point observations. Thanks.
Thanks, Jordan. Cheryl is going to make her intervention from the microphone. And then after that, I will invite anybody who would like to contribute to the conversation. Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you, Annalise. Cheryl Langdon for the record again, and starting off with, again, the Internet Society hat. The Internet Society aspect of all of this is, of course, Internet Australia, which is a strategic partner in this thrill-packed and exciting exercise that we've had over the last couple of days, is the Australian chapter of ISOC. And as such, I want to make very clear that we didn't drag 4 of our 5 serving directors here for just the sheer joy of being in Melbourne on a rainy and miserable couple of days. Only one missing is actually swimming with turtles in Heron Island, and for some reason he didn't think this was a better deal. But that being said, we are taking our commitment to being part of this process very seriously indeed. We have previously served as an entity as the home of NetThing up until a new name and a new splash of colourful paint. But it's a lot deeper than that. It's not just a rebranding. What we are doing going forward, and Internet Australia is absolutely supportive of this, is building an effective model which is uniquely Australian in how we look towards having essential conversations, including the courageous ones, to quote Susan from the panel this morning, that need to happen if our representatives, wherever we are, whether we're talking policy in ICANN or talking, government bilaterals or whatever it is we're doing, down the street over the barbecue, it does not matter, that we can say, we have heard, we have listened, we have discussed. Doesn't necessarily mean we all have to agree, although it is nice if we can get some general consensus. And I really want to applaud the work that put together the documents, both the Food for Thought document and I think it seems a simple thing, but it's quite extraordinary to have a deliberate, intended outcome document to be out for public comment well in advance of a national initiative. This is actually a very exciting experiment. So let's celebrate that. I want to now take off my purely Internet Australia hat and act in a far more personal capacity in as much as how I serve in the organising committees of this and a lot of previous similar activities. It has been an utter joy to work with our fellow committee members. The work we have had, and thank you to Rosemary, and I sincerely hope Bruce is listening so he doesn't change it ever, the fantastic support that we've had with Ada stepping up as Secretariat. It's simply worked safely, worked well. We've been able to just trust the magic's gonna happen, and it has. So it's been a real pleasure, and kudos to everybody who's been involved. And there's a lot behind the scenes. It's not just the couple of people whose names get recognised. I also wanted to recognise the program committee and the committee that put those test papers together. They've worked long and hard over making apparently simple outcomes look good. But in particular, I wanted to recognise the organising committee, who have met weekly since February. Weekly since February. A huge amount goes into this. We couldn't have done it without a serious commitment of human potential. And it's a bunch of humans I hope I'm around to work with again in future years. But if you can join and you can contribute, even if it's not weekly, just the monthly organising committee calls, please do join us because we need fresh thoughts. Dare I say, even young thoughts. You know, we can have youth on our committee, remember. And so let's make sure we continue positive conversations. There's an awful lot of we could have done more in our sharing and storytelling and information sharing that we've done in this last couple of days. So let's not drop it and not pick it up again till next year. Let's plan for how next year it becomes a next step. I'm going to stop now because otherwise I'll prattle on for too long. Thank you. And thank you, Annalise, in particular.
Thank you, Cheryl. I have a long list of people to thank when I do have a long list of people to thank when we get to the close, but now I would invite anybody who would like to share their thoughts and observations. Ian.
Ian Sheldon, Department of Infrastructure and Friends. Look, you know, I just want to say I thought it was an excellent conference. I've seen this return to form from the virtual conferences over COVID to the first in-person again last year. We've got an excellent set of speakers. Just to reiterate Pat's point, I thought we had excellent audience engagement. It really felt like people were happy to come up to the mic, have robust conversations. I wanted to thank the planning committee. I wanted to thank Outer, but I also want to particularly thank you, Annalise. I know how much you've personally invested into pulling this all together. It's been an absolutely Herculean effort, and you've done it again for a second time in a row. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ian. Are you still going in? Go ahead. No, please continue. But anyone else thoughts? Come and speak. Go ahead, Ian.
So I just wanted to provide a couple of extra reflections on the conference itself. To reiterate Joyce's point, it really felt like we were just getting going on a bunch of really important discussions. I really urge this community to push deeper. There's a lot of really big things happening over the next year or so. Pick up the food for thought document, jump in, provide your ideas. We in government will use it. There's a lot of things happening and we very much rely on the input and the thoughts from this community. We'll take them, like Bryony said, shamelessly plagiarize your ideas, include them into our interventions. I'd also urge this community to think about growing this community as well. You know, I think it's fantastic the turnout we've seen over the last 2 days. But I know each of you know a lot of other people in a lot of other spaces. Let's grow this community. Let's work out how we can find other interfaces between internet governance and a breadth of other issues and start to pull others in. Finally, I just also wanted to say that I know myself and my team have absolutely loved having a booth outside. It's a personal highlight of mine to come talk to the community, hear your thoughts, work out where our blind spots might be, and it's incredibly valuable for us to have a space to be able to test some of our thinking and our ideas. So thanks for giving us the space and the time, and I genuinely hope it's not another year before I see all of you lovely people again. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. And thank you to you and to your team and Bryony as well. And I did just want to really recognise not every country has their government come and ask them what they think, comes and engages on an equal footing. So, you know, I think we should take a moment to appreciate the Australian government and their commitment to multi-stakeholder internet governance. Pablo.
I just want to say a few things. I would like to reflect on the road that brought us here to the best auIGF ever, really. Cheryl, Keith, you know what I'm talking about. This has been a hell of a joyride. Sandra, is she here? Netlink. Rosemary, this is all to your investment on a good cause. And I just want to, all of us see this room and reflect on the truth in multi-stakeholderism, how much the government in different agencies have come as friends, how much industry has sponsored and collaborated, how much different players in Australia have come with interest and for the first time engaged, like talking and contributing and speaking. This is absolutely awesome. It's growing slowly. I mean, most of the room here are known friends. Some are new friends. Welcome, 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 welcome. Please keep on. This is much needed, and tell your friends as well. It's growing slowly, but steadily, and that's so beautiful to see. And I think we are into something, and I hope that that continues. Lastly, I just want to reflect as well on those that follow this remotely, particularly my colleagues in the EPINIC boardroom. They have been here for the whole duration of it, and I think there are plenty more, and this will remain in YouTube as well to retrace and remember, you know. So thank you. This is awesome.
Thanks, Pablo. Sandra.
Thank you. Sandra Davey for the record. For me, I think this is my 5th year, so I'm still relatively new and the acronyms still overwhelm, but the observations I can share are this time around, I really noticed an incredible diversity of voices and new faces, which is really exciting. And I hope that you come back next year. There was some real quality of content, and I noticed some of the emceeing and moderating superpowers have really shaped up. So I just want to +1 on Zoe Hawkins. If she's in the room, like, she's my favourite moderator. We should vote. We should vote, and she'd win. She was amazing, and takes a really difficult topic and turns it into a conversation. So I think high stakes for us to copy next year. The outcomes paper, there's a lot of people online, that's just getting voted up. There's actionable outcome artifact. For those that are new to this process, you're probably thinking, what? But, you know, to produce something seems like everybody's really rated that up. So well done for coming up with the experiment, whoever, I think it was the organising committee. I want to acknowledge Andrew Mora is online, and for those of you that don't know, NetThing was just a working title, but the damn thing got stuck. And it was a really important name at the time because there was such tension in the community and nobody wanted, we just needed to have a neutral name. So it's really lovely that NetThing's done its job and that auIGF is now standing on its own. So I think Andrew Mora, if he can hear this, I think he needs to be really proud because he was the chair, I think, in its first year. That leads me to Annalisa. I think you've chaired it now for 3 years. 2. I did 2. And we should not ask her to do 3 unless she wants to. It's a really, really big ask, and Annalisa, you've done an exceptional job. So I just +1. And my last two things are really, really important. Firstly, the food and the venue and the logistics, like just up, big up, awesome to whoever put that on. And the last one, I mean, nowhere in the world can you go out and talk to the feds in the hallway and add sticky notes to their visual. So we are really, really lucky to be able to not only have a government turn up, but turn up with sticky notes and a picture and be open to the fact that their picture can be iterated on. So I just feel really blessed to be an Australian right now, and thank the department for turning up and being so committed. And yeah, just, you know, love and hugs. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Sandra. While you were on that, I was going to mention it at the end, but thank you. You were the inaugural chair of NetThing. I did notice Andrew Mara online, Andrew, and also Bronwyn Mercer, who I don't think is online, has also, she also chaired for a year. So thank you to everybody else who has got us to where we are. I think we're on the way now. So still at the beginning of the conversation, but a lot of hard work has gone before. So thank you to all of the previous chairs.
And I just think that applause to Annalise was not warm enough. I think she deserves a longer and bigger and harder one.
Thank you. That seems like a good moment to move into my list of thanks. Unless, I mean, I don't want to cut the conversation off. If there is anything that any of the other panelists would like to say as closing words or reflections of where we go to from here. This is just the beginning of the conversation. You know, if you are interested in being part of the steering committee, you can find out more information if you just email info@auigf.au, and we will tell you what's involved and how you can help, and you know, share more information. Any final words from our speakers? Well, I do have quite a long list of people that need to be thanked. I wanted to just start with thanking all of our speakers who took time out of their days to share their insights and expertise with us. You know, they did this, like, it is a volunteer effort, this auIGF. The committee is volunteer. The speakers, the moderators have all donated their time. And I did want to thank the moderators as well, who were volunteers, and especially thank you, Sandy, Zoe, Mercedes, and Anne-Louise, who stepped in very late to help out. So thank you for that, for the last minute contribution to the success of the auIGF. I wanted to thank Pirate and Stacey. I'm not sure if they're in the room. Hello. You may have seen them or even spoken to them doing Vox Pops. So thank you for that contribution. But the Dynamic Team Coalition is, as you heard before, a formal part of the global IGF structure. So it's great to have that connection, but also, you know, bringing that valuable and very much needed youth perspective. So again, you know, early days of our collaboration, but it's great to have you here. And a huge shout out to my outer colleagues who have provided the secretariat and logistical support for this event. Again, all of these people were helping us out on top of their day-to-day jobs. So special thanks to Mike and to Rachel and to Jordan, but thanks to all of my outer colleagues who have been here, putting up signs, helping people register, putting out the pens and papers, and doing things behind the scenes. So we appreciate that. And thank you, Rosemary, for allowing so many of the team to be supporting this. And of course, a huge thank you to the multi-stakeholder steering committee. It is a lot of work, and you know, everybody else has other things that they do. So we really appreciate the time that the committee members have dedicated to bringing this conversation together. So thank you to Cheryl, Keith, Holly, Pablo, Joyce, Melody, Pat, Greta, Ian and Veronica, Sophia, Terry, Chris, George and Sandy. I hope I haven't missed anyone, but if I have, please accept my apologies, but really appreciate you. It's been fantastic working with you again this year. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the support of our sponsors and partners and supporters, and we really appreciate them. So our principal sponsor, Identity Digital, thank you again, not just for sponsoring the event, but for your multi-year commitment to supporting the Indigenous Fellowship as well. That we really appreciate that. And thank you for your patience with it's a volunteer effort. There have been some bumps along the way. Some of the collateral was supposed to arrive and didn't, so we appreciate your patience with that. And also to VeriSign. Pat, I'm not sure if you're still online, but thank you. We very much welcome your support of the Australian Internet Governance Forum, and VeriSign was the sponsor of the social event last night. Big shout out to the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. Did I miss anyone? For their sponsorship, accessibility sponsor, we have Auslan in every session, captioning is available. These are not cheap, and it is something that sort of other IGFs, you know, when we're looking to cut costs, don't do. So we really appreciate the department's contribution and for making us to be as accessible as we can be. Alda, thank you for being our strategic partner for the last, I think, 4 or 5 years, 5 years. You know, this year, the secretariat and logistical support, but before that, you know, there was financial support and, you know, contribution to the secretariat, and we really couldn't have kept going without Alda's contribution. So again, on behalf of the committee, Rosemary, thank you for your support. And yeah, it has been invaluable. We would not have limped along without Alda's assistance. Our other long-term sponsors, Internet Association of Australia, the pens and paper sponsor, and again, they have been one of the sponsors of NetThing since the start. We really appreciate that, that long-term relationship. Internet Australia, Cheryl in particular, for your effort on the committee. But Internet Australia has been the home of NetThing. NetThing and the auIGF aren't legal entities, and so Internet Australia has done some of the critical behind-the-scenes things, boring but important, Cheryl. Things like insurance and things that just need to happen. So thank you to Internet Australia. And more sponsors that have been here since the very beginning, APNIC and the APNIC Foundation. We really appreciate your support, financial support, in-kind support, and your moral support. And thank you to the APNIC AV staff who have been here for the last couple of days helping this to happen. We have a few more sponsors. GoDaddy has also been there since the beginning. I'm not sure if George is still here, but thank you, George. ICANN and the Internet Society, we appreciate your support. And shout out to our media partner, CommsDay. I did see the nice write-up you gave us yesterday, so thank you very much. I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I think let's call it a day. Thank you, everyone. This is the beginning of the conversation, not the end. It's been a fabulous couple of days. It has been, I think, probably the most engaging national IGF we've had so far. So thank you all for your contributions. Thank you for coming, and thank you for actively participating and being so respectful in your engagements. Thank you.